How's everything going?
Pretty good, man. I'll tell you about my knee later. You ready?
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I'd like to call the Parks and Environment Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
And Committee Chair Dr. Warren.
Also present. And anybody in the back, come on out. We're beginning to start. We have two items on our agenda today. Colleagues, one is an update on Overton Park drainage issues. The other is an update on the Bellevue Tennis Center. Whoever is from administration that would like to come and talk on the update on Bellevue Overton Park, you are hereby asked to come up and please present to us. Thank you so much. Name and address, etc., for the record.
Good morning, Gerald Spencer, Deputy
Gerald.
Director for General Services, 125 North Main.
And good morning, Justice Bolden, Director, Memphis Parks, 2599 Avery.
Before you get started, I just want to say, colleagues, this is an example of a pretty good outcome and hard work to get things done. So go right ahead, Gerald. You're up.
Good morning. So General Services performed an investigation, and what we found at Overton Park that was leading to the pooling was 2 storm drain inlets that were stopped up and also a damaged drain pipe. What we did to remediate the issue is we cleaned out those storm drains, had the lines clean, washed the lines, and also we repaired the damaged storm drain. So I went by the day after heavy rain, and there was no pooling. So we will continue to monitor the area to make sure that there are no more issues.
As you can see, colleagues, there's sort of a lake there, and that's what they've taken care of. So thank you for that. Do we have any questions? And let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has graced us with her presence. And Councilman Ford is also here. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is an update on the Bellevue Tennis Center. Thank you again for that, Gerald, and thank you for that good work.
You're welcome.
All right, so good morning once again, Director Bolden. I would like to introduce first from Tennis Memphis, we have Chief Operating Officer Bonnie DeLashment, who's here with us, and then also Deputy Director Allen from the Memphis Parks. Bonnie, do you want to just talk a little bit about Bellevue Tennis Center? Thank you.
Sure. So Bellevue Tennis Center is undergoing renovations and repairs right now. These are indoors in the tennis hut and then also around the tennis hut, which will result in resurfacing the parking lot, putting an observation deck in, and so far, I was there twice last week. They have demolished the bathrooms in preparation to reconfigure and add locker rooms for Lemoyne College. They have also pulled the carpet up in the office area, and that's to resurface the flooring and make it all match. They have also removed anything from the walls that would prevent them from getting a smooth coat of paint on there. So they're moving along. We've removed all of our things from the building. We have a pod outside, and we'll just keep it there until we can move everything back in. During the interim, we have had, of course, summer camp for the last 9 weeks. It wrapped up on July 31st on Friday. We have moved the children to Eldon Rourke Tennis Center, which has plenty of room to house all of the kids from Bellevue and from Eldon Rourke. We've had, on average, 50 to 60 kids there a day for the last 9 weeks. They're having a great time. We plan on reopening the tennis center at Bellevue in January once the repairs and renovations are complete. But we are also starting new programming at Eldon Rourke for our Bellevue participants, including a men's cardio league, a women's league. We have USTA teams that play out of Bellevue that we've transferred to Eldon Rourke for the time being, permanent court time contracts at Bellevue that we've transferred to the Eldon Rourke and the Walbrook Center for the time being. And we are putting together some more things for children for the spring to host a grand opening at Bellevue and then have them come and play and show what they've learned over the course of the summer and the fall.
Can you tell me where those other two places are? Because I'm not sure. Eldon.
Sure. Eldon Rourke is in Whitehaven at 1500 Finley Drive.
Okay.
Walbrecht is on Ridgeway. It's 1645 Ridgeway Road. We also have courts at Raleigh at Parati Tennis Center. We have courts at Frazier at Ed Rice Community Center. We have some courts at Glenview, Gaseman, Gooch, and Burt Ferguson Park. We don't have tennis centers there.
You're running programs in all of those places.
We run programs currently at Walbrecht, Leftwich, Bellevue, Eldon Rourke, and Raleigh. We do not have programs at Frazier because that tennis hut is closed. We hope to have repairs and renovations start on those in the fall. We've been selected to apply for a grant to fund those renovations so that the city doesn't have to bear the cost.
Okay. Now, I'm sure that there's got to be a question on my right. There we go. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to applaud for this amazing tournament we just had, the WTA 250. When I say amazing, it was amazing for our children, for the city of Memphis, non-tennis players, tennis players, people from Mississippi. I had some visitors from Mississippi over in South Haven, Olive Branch. Everybody just came across all over Arkansas. Everybody was here. And it was just amazing to actually see it manifest and come to pass, and all the hard work that you all did. Tennis Memphis, Parks, everyone worked so collectively together to make this happen. And I'm just excited to see it evolve through the years. And our children had an opportunity to see pro tennis players hit with them. And some of us seasoned people also had that same opportunity.
Did they?
So, yes, we
All
did. And so it was just something that was, I think, needed. It gave everybody a different perspective on our future and how it should look and what it should look like moving forward. The vision was, and then we manifest the vision. And so I'm just looking forward to more tournaments coming at Leftwich because it's a beautiful facility. A lot of money and time was put into that facility for things like this on this spectrum to happen. Secondly, Bellevue. I'm excited about Bellevue and what's going on with the brick and mortar part. The renovation that's happening. I'm glad to hear about the lockers and the bathrooms, the paint. You know, we had a meeting, we sat there and we got those colors coordinated correctly to make sure that they have Lemoyne-Owens colors in there. And that was so important to the director at Lemoyne-Owens. He was really wanting
President
that.
Davis. Mm-hmm.
And I'm so glad that that was able to happen. And to actually see Bellevue, such an amazing tennis center evolve and what it's going to evolve in, along with Jesse Turner and all the other extension that we have. This is a long time coming because Bellevue serves downtown, midtown. I mean, it was a very active community, tennis center. And so just to see that, and it was very unique with their programming because of where it sits. It sits in the middle, in the heart of South Memphis, right? It sits right there, tennis center, where our babies can come and experience tennis, a sport that they probably would never, ever experience. And so I'm excited about it. What I want to ask is the CIP dollars. Are we looking good with the CIP dollars moving forward? We got the architect work. I wanted to know, have you met with the architect? I know that you've met with the first architect for the first stage of what we're doing now. And hopefully looking in January, the renovation and everything will be complete. But I'm excited about the whole big picture. Chairwoman Swearge and I are very excited about that. We played a huge part in making sure this happens, and the dollars was implemented and set aside for such a facility. So thank you. So what does it look like on that part?
So I can say this, as far as the CIP dollars go, we will be bringing the resolution to council for approval of the 3.1 million dedicated to Jesse Turner Park. And then also we do have future meetings set for the master planning process as we move through the next phase. So we're excited about it. We're looking to make sure that there's quality amenities, not only that benefit South Memphis, all the areas and neighborhoods you mentioned, but also nearby Lamoille College, who we're going to be working with as well. So we're really excited, not only about where we are now and all the things you just talked about, but the future of what spring sports, outdoor sports look like at Jesse Turner Park, and we'll be looking to enhance it even more in not only this fiscal year, but in the coming years.
And I want to get a shout out to John Bowden and Bunny. Good to see you. Thank you all. The partnership for Tennis Memphis is evolving in something that I thought I would never see for the many years that I've been playing tennis. And so hopefully we can continue this partnership with the city of Memphis and to make sure that we set an example for our future and our children this is a legacy for them that we'll be able to pass the torch on to them. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Swearing Washington.
Quick question. What are the renovations that are going to be done for the courts? I mean, you're talking about the inside, but what about the courts? Like the netting, is it going to be any resurfacing?
So for phase 2, that's what we'll have the stakeholder meetings about. I think a part of the 3.1 million was talking about whether we redo indoor courts or add additional outdoor courts, but it'll all depend on the stakeholder meetings and the available dollars that we have to do whatever it is. So you and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton will be invited to those meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then I'll resend you the slide deck because what's happening now is mostly related to the welcome area, the entry, the color schemes, and the locker rooms as well. But I'll send that over to you again.
Okay, sounds good. Mm-hmm.
The allocated funding for FY27 is 3.1 million. Yes. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you guys, and thank you colleagues for those great questions. With that, we are...
Chair Warren,
go ahead.
Before we wrap up, we're winding down some projects throughout the city, including Westwood Pool. I did have a video I just wanted to show just on some construction projects, if we could. It's
I
only
think we have time. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
All right.
So these are all very active projects that we have going on. It's the wrap up of the Accelerate Memphis dollars and some of our CIP dollars. So this is Frazier Park, right outside of Ed Rice.
And I'll just add some of these videos we've taken over the past few weeks, so there's been more progress since then. As we wrap up, we will have a condensed timeline that shows the final product. So
Glenview Pavilion, just making a walkway up there. The pavilion is back there in the back, looking all illustrious.
yeah, there's been 16 parking spots that's added to Glenview as a part of this project. You see the pavilion and the ADA benches, tables, and whatnot are also being installed there.
And
And that's a Glenview Park pavilion.
Using a drone for these?
Yes.
Yes. And here we have Pine Hill Park.
Yeah.
This is one of the larger playgrounds that are being constructed. As you see the pour-in-place surfacing, the slides, all of that is being finalized and wrapped up. Also, the landscaping improvements as well as parking improvements adjacent to the beautiful Pine Hill Golf Course, which has really seen a renaissance. We had a record number of rounds at Pine Hill this past year, so we're really excited, and thanks to Councilman Ford for his leadership on that particular project.
And a record July at Pine Hill.
A record July as we move into FY27. Gooch Park Pavilion. This park means a lot to many of us for a number of reasons. Certainly, we want to acknowledge the work of the late Joanne Street of Hollywood University Gooch, better known as HUG. So this is a pavilion project that we work with the community on. As you can see, the ADA accessibility improvements. And then here we have Westwood Pool. essentially, this was a couple weeks ago. We've since, continued the cleaning. We've got inspections set for today. So we're hoping to hit substantial completion, and we'll be working alongside Councilman Ford for the grand opening celebration. But certainly, Westwood residents, the community, all of the stakeholders are really excited about this particular project for a lot of reasons. Alcee Warren Park Pavilion is being constructed in the South Memphis area on Alcee Road, and you can see adjacent to the existing playground. And so we're really excited about this project as well, which is going to provide more opportunities for gathering and play in South Memphis.
Well, thank you for. Maybe it wasn't me.
It's for all of us. And that brings us to a close. So I just wanted to share that with you all, just so we could get real-time updates on where we are
That
on some of
looks
these
great.
projects.
I just want to say it looks really great. Thank you for that. Let the record show that Councilwoman Walker is with us also. And without any other comments, you okay, Councilman Ford? That looks good in your district. Well done, and thank you for pushing tennis. We are adjourned.
all this, but we don't look at the presentation this morning, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Stockwell, are you going to be speaking today?
No. Oh. More green.
More green.
Not green enough. There we go. Thank you. Quick introduction of the team. I'm G. Von Knight. I'm the CEO of Bevo.
Oh, I'm Christopher Reyes. I'm Chief Creative Officer.
Marvin Stockwell, co-founder and head of communications.
Catherine Hicks, co-founder, head of digital.
We are excited to be here today. We had a bold mission a year ago, which was to set out to prove this team believed it, but I think people needed the proof is, can a creative attraction bring tourists and interest back to Mud Island? And what we want to share with you today is that the receipts and the evidence are definitely yes. We also have a very simple story is what can a small group of Memphians that are purely focused on a mission achieve with just $1 million of funding to create momentum for Mud Island. So next slide, please. So over the last 6 months, these are the befores and afters of the River Museum. If you haven't had a chance to come out, next slide. This is a before in the Americas exhibit, and this is what it looks like today. Next slide. Before and after. This is our before, and this is our after. So 3 months ago, we opened our doors on May 1st, and this weekend, on Saturday, we welcomed our 10,000th visitor into Bevo. And that doesn't include private tours. So what we know unequivocally is that it's working. We've brought in 10,283 ticketed visitors, and that was data that we posted at the end of the day yesterday. We're holding a 4.6 and a 5.0 ratings on Google and Yelp. We've had gross sales exceeding 220,000 since we opened. A portion of that is going to go to sales tax. A portion of that is also going to pay our rent to River Parks, which we are current with for the first 3 months of our operation. We've also secured, in order to build this, $800,000 in private investment, and it's important to note that all of those investors are local to Memphis. They are investors and developers who believe in Mud Island, who believe in the city, and who were very much champions of an all-Memphis team being able to build something within a Memphis city asset and make it flourish for the city. Across those 10,000 visitors, they represent 44 states, plus Washington, D.C., and at least 10 countries. And we've been able to pull this from the ticketing data that we have, as well as anecdotal conversations that we have with the visitors on the global side. When we said we wanted to create a Memphis company, it isn't just about entertainment and it isn't just about entertaining people in the space. It's about building the industry and the workforce development here. So at present, we've committed to an annual payroll of about $650,000 across our 9 full-time employees. We have 3 industry veterans on the team, including our newest one, Sami Sewell, who was recruited out of New Mexico. She ran Meow Wolf Santa Fe for 5 years in that time, and Bevo is the only reason why she chose to move to Memphis, so she's our newest import with her husband and her young child. We've got 6 part-time employees that are working front of house to greet you, and anywhere between 8 to 10 contractors that are coming in and continuing to build and providing security. What we like to highlight is that in immersive entertainment, as a business and as an operation, it represents all of those professional categories up there. So across the operation, it isn't just our artists and creatives, it is builders and human resources and janitorial and security and growing executives across the board. So we are building an industry and an operation here that will be forever headquartered in Memphis, because that is who we are. Serving Memphis and beyond is greatly important, and that means the community. On any given day when you come out, there are a half a dozen Bevo children who are children of the staff that are also very much a part. They consider Bevo their second home. We have hosted 15 field trips over almost 900 students and educators, and this has been with no outbound sales on our own. This has been the community reaching out to us because we were a little bit easy getting the doors open. Within Memphis, Shelby County, we have hosted the Shelby County Schools CLUE program, the Presbyterian Day School. We had the Bridges program out every week for the summer. They were a weekly visit to us. The Baptist Health Corps STEM Camp, Christ the King, Lutheran School Grizzlies Prep, Veritas College Prep. Outside of Memphis, also Sacred Heart Southern Missions from Mississippi, Fisk University from Nashville only came to Memphis for Bevo as their field trip. And the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga added Bevo onto their trip to Memphis. So all of this has organically come to us into our city. And we want to be able to highlight this, that it's not just about the building and the entertainment. It has always been about the island and what it can be for the city, for downtown, and for Memphis and Shelby County. So year over year in our first 2 months opening, we increased foot traffic to that particular building by 418%. So same time period, May to June of last year. So it's a 5x increase in the prior year's foot traffic. The average dwell time on the island has increased from 27 minutes to 66 minutes. So turning the island into a destination was one of the big questions, and it is absolutely happening. Anecdotally, we see people come in, they leave our doors, they don't run straight to the parking lot. They walk down to the Memphis Song. They walk along the Riverwalk. We see children jumping across the Riverwalk, which is our favorite thing to see, is them engaging with arguably one of the most beautiful installations that you have. And of course, no surprise, Saturday is our peak day. So every startup has its hiccups, every startup has headwinds, and what we wanted to highlight is that with everything that we're celebrating, there also have been challenges and opportunities along the way. So of this time period of 3 months of being open, 56 days of it, we were with a critical HVAC outage. And over 28 of those days, we had temperatures 88 and into the 90 degrees and above, including a 15-day consecutive run, which I know everybody here was feeling on their own. We had a plumbing outage that shut down our bathrooms within 10 days of us opening. And all of this pulls time from my beautifully creative team. So we've got amazing partners. They're all in for us to get this done. They're responsive to us. They're responsive to tackle this. But this is also the challenge and opportunity with a legacy building. We believe it's worth the investment to preserve the building for the next generation, but it doesn't come without its own special blend of 50-year-old type infrastructure. So my question is, if these are the numbers that we can do with all of these headwinds, just imagine what we can do when these pieces are laid to rest and are no longer pulling on our teams. Because amidst all of that, portable cooling units, bathrooms, one escalator that's working, this is what the public is telling us. We were preserving the experience. And most importantly, we want to preserve an experience for Memphis. The future of cities in this next generation is going to be defined by the experiences they provide to their visitors. That is what's going to define the city. And we want to be a part of making sure that when people leave, their impression of Bevo and Mud Island is Memphis, and it is what we want it to be. So our question is often going to be, we're now at a crossroads. It's okay that there was always some skepticism on what the future for Mud Island was going to be. But now as we all rally together, what is going to be the experience that defines us, that defines Memphis, that defines Mud Island? Is it going to be the 12-month-old child there on the left who was there in the first week that was opening, or is it going to be difficult signage and wayfinding in a park that once it gets dark, it feels a little abandoned, and obstacles and conflicts with paid parking and elevators that unfortunately are 40 years old and can be a little scary at times. We have the opportunity now to take a breath now that we've proven the proof of concept and say, what do we want this to be for us in Memphis? So I'm going to hold there on the slides and see if there are any questions for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming. This was wonderful. I've enjoyed this presentation, very interesting and insightful. So, Mr. Stockwell, you said you were with communications?
Yes, ma'am.
So, how are you promoting the museum? Because it's obvious that you all are reaching a variety of demographics, and you have a presence even outside of Memphis. So what platforms, what streams are you using?
Sure. So one of our team members who's not here is Joanna Harris, and she and I kind of represent the two-person communications and marketing team. She runs our social media, which of course is critically important. And I tend to just kind of do our earned media and keep us in the Daily Memphian, the Business Journal, the Tri-State Defender, et cetera. So any and all means of getting the word out, we've availed ourselves of, including some paid campaigns. You might have seen some billboards around town. So whether it's earned media or owned media or paid media, we're getting the word out. I will say this, I'd love to take credit and say, like, I'm a great PR guy, but the truth is it's a really easy sell because it's a really exciting project. So I think Bevo, in a lot of ways, sells itself. There is a hunger for this. One of the things in our previous, when we visited with you all before, we showed a map of the United States. We talked about how Memphis is really in the Mid-South is in the middle of an immersive experience desert. So these experiences are popping up all over the country, all over the world, and they're very successful. And in the Mid-South, we don't really have one until now. We knew because of Christopher's pop-up in 2020, which sold 4,000 tickets in 2 days, that we had the basis at which to say, well, there's market demand here. And I think our 10,000 visitors now is just really showing that all the more. So it's an easy thing to sell, but just availing ourselves of any and all tactics.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Yes, do we have anybody from Memphis River Parks here today? So I think that we're missing that for this presentation because it's a partnership. So we need to maybe have them come back and get their thoughts about how this is going. I heard a comment that you have a problem with the paid parking. Okay, tell us about that, because I think that may be something that we may need to talk to Memphis River Parks about. I know that they're making money now off the parking lot, but it could be that your rent and the people that are coming through may offset that. We may want to revisit that parking situation. Colleagues, as I'm giving to understand, that's one of the parking lots that we've leased out to a company, and that company is making money on it. What does it cost someone to park to come to Bevo?
There are 3 options in the paid parking: a 1 hour, a 2 hour, and a 24 hour. So it's either $7.50, $9.50, or I believe $20 for the 24 hour option. The parking, yes, or 24 hours.
So 1 hour, 2 hour, 24, and for 24, what was it?
I believe it's $20 or $24. I'd have to double check.
It's $24. So, I mean, if you're going to come and do this and maybe hang out at the park, you're probably going to want to hang out more than 2 hours. So, I mean, as we're looking at this, maybe we can figure out a way that if they're coming to Bevo, somehow that, I don't know, we negate the price of the parking because they're coming and spending money going to one of our attractions. Someone's going to need to talk to parking and figure out how we do this. But I think that's an obstacle, right? people come out and they leave with a bad taste in their mouths after that. So, I mean, I know people pay to park at events and other things, so maybe we get a good deal there and make it happen. Aren't you? I know you're not with these guys anymore, but if you know, think about how we can move forward with this, if possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, by the way, I am just tickled pink. I had no idea that you guys were going to be this successful. This is fantastic. And I think it means that as we're looking at the park and we don't really have a plan for it, we could have a plan for getting all the bathrooms working. We could have a plan, I don't know, for running the water through the river. Just a little bit of stuff there. Maybe cheap things that we can do. I think I was talking to someone when we went for your opening, and it was saying as we're looking at that big window, we've got a bunch of trees that aren't really native. I guess those Bradford pears that are there, chop them down. Then all of a sudden you got a really nice view of the river. Put something that's going to grow up there that's not going to grow and take the river scene away. That doesn't cost a lot. So as we're looking at what we need to do to move forward, let's look at things that we can do that will improve that view. Right now, the trees are growing up to where you can't really see the river if you're at, our restaurant that's down there. So as we're looking to see how we can help MRPP help with this, we may need to budget this and direct them to do it, because I know it's not within the budget that they have. So it's maybe something we want to do as we're looking forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd just like to say, I think that's what we're mostly here looking for, is vision for the island. Right now, there just a lot of things are happening and they get taken care of, but it's all reactive. And we're looking to see something more than that, because it is our city's front door.
Thank you. How much does it cost to go to the museum?
It's $20 a person. That is inclusive of tax for both adults and children right now.
Okay. I'm hoping that we can work with engineering, Chief Winton, to get some signage over there. That's an easy win. And you said the cutting of the trees, that's an easy win. Do you have a party room for events?
We do. It is, it's basically the sister room to Mahogany. So Mahogany is on the river. We have what we call the river room. It holds about 75 to 100. Okay. And we've had some ongoing conversations with river parks of what would be necessary to bring Harbor Landing also back up to standards, because that can fit closer to 300. And then it has the view facing the downtown, which is also spectacular when the trees are cut back.
That's wonderful. What about food trucks? Any food trucks?
Food trucks require an external assembly permit. So if you're talking exterior, that's something we do in partnership with River Parks, because our lease is strictly on interior spaces. But there is room outside, like where the airplane used to sit and along the parking lot, that could host food trucks, or closer to the breezeway.
Okay. So I'm hoping, and I'm so glad that Councilwoman Logan reminded me, but I'm hoping between your organization and parks and the city, that we will be able to finally get our Ferris wheel over there in Bud Island. We just want to really bring it back to life. And I want to also have them to come back for the next meeting. So we'll have parks here. We can have with MRPP, have them there, and you all come back, and we can work on our plan, because we've been talking about Mud Island for a long time. But that is the first thing that you see when you come to Memphis across that bridge. So this is an opening conversation, but it needs to be a continued conversation.
If you'll afford me a moment on the next slide, we often get asked our opinion on what the next step would be.
Okay.
And really, we believe that this is all about protect.
My question was about that before they go.
Yes.
So you do that.
Yes.
Which is what I wanted to ask. I know we have a master plan being written up, or study or plan for the entire riverfront that
that she just mentioned? Are they at the table and working with that? And if not, does that need to happen? Is my question. The second question is, does that include what needs to happen with immersive experiences in Memphis for the entire Mud Island? If we did the Ferris wheel, if we really kind of focused in on, AR, VR, and all of that for children. We don't have Liberty Land. We don't have those types of things. Back in the day, those were the things that we did. They were seen as being progressive, but now children are more advanced technologically. And so do we need to consider Mud Island being that type of destination? And if you are going to present that, I'm looking forward to hearing that. What do you all think should happen with Mud Island as it relates to our place in the South being a leader in this type of experience?
So before Memphis, I lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and that's where we recruited Simi Sewell from. And I had the opportunity to see Santa Fe, New Mexico before Meow Wolf opened and after. And Meow Wolf in 3 years went from opening its doors as an art collective to being a $20 million business, and it became the #1 destination for the entire state of New Mexico. It changed their entire tourism strategy. So the power of the inspiration and the draw for families and for the next generation, the economic power is incredible because I got to watch that firsthand. We have always envisioned that Mud Island would become a creative and immersive district, and that's what's in the yellow column, is that Bevo is not the only tenant because you don't want it in a silo. You want other creatives that are creating other experiences and other different amenities and activities for people to do. But that requires a large plan for the island that can't be bolting on entertainment events and bolting on entertainment experiences. It's what is the district for the island. The prominent immersive district that people point to right now is Area 15 in Las Vegas, and it took a few years to get up steam because it was a different type of approach to multi-use type of land. But the reason why we have 3 columns up there is because we can't go straight from where we are today to an immersive and creative district. We need to stabilize the building and protect what we have so that Bevo and Mahogany and River Expeditions, who will be our next tenant in the space, aren't under any sort of volatility or threat that we would have to shut down for any reason. We need clarity on exactly what is needed to take this 50-year-old asset and make it be an asset for the next 50 years forensically. So our recommendation is to start with an independent forensic engineering assessment so that we literally know what we have to tackle to do that and what the maintenance would be going forward, and to tackle the critical continuity and safety things in the pink column that are, yes, safety for our guests, but are also experience for our guests. We want it to be an amazing experience. We don't want them to think about the escalators or the elevator or in any of those things that are just a distraction. We want them to leave with the exact impression that we have built for them.
And I think that we are not opposed to that. Mm-hmm. It's just that things were on pause while they were doing the study, while they were going to come back with, the design and those things. But because you're there and have introduced this into the conversation, then that needs to be included. I know we saw some designs about the cruise ships coming in and the harbor and all of that. So adding this in, what does that look like? How does that impact that study? I hope that you all will get together, before you all come back to include that in that potential. So,
and I'll just add real quick that Tom Marshall and his firm, OT Marshall Architects, who is leading the Riverfront Master Plan, they have been out to Bevo, and I've been to a couple of their meetings, and they've included us in the kind of poster board presentations that they've had.
I was just going to say, we're pulling that together to bring that back to you.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Just wanted to state we were pulling that together to bring that back to you collectively. Mm-hmm.
All right, I yield back, Chair. Thank you all for that. I appreciate it.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you. I was just going to say, right now, most of us don't know, there are Viking ships that are docking on Mud Island. I see them on Sundays. There's a little, if if you look, if you go the top parking lot up there, they built a little, I guess, veranda for where the buses can come to keep from getting rained on, and they'll dock there because I think there's an issue with docking at our port right at Mud Island. But I see these things as additive, and I'm just, I believe what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not in that world. I don't, it's not the thing that I would think about doing, but I know there are families out there that are doing it. It's amazing how much they've done with how little resources that they've had. So I think as we're moving forward, somehow they've got to be included in what we're thinking about with Mud Island. I appreciate your comments, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to a little bit more discussion. I think we've got movement here, and it's independent, and I think the administration can probably hop on board and make this a win for everybody as we move forward. Thank you.
Yes. And to kind of piggyback off of what Councilwoman Logan, we experienced something in Florida when we were there, and we saw that boat. You remember we talked about that as being part of Mud Island or having that there, but we would have to talk a little bit more about it because you have to have a vision. You have to envision something bigger, and we were talking about that. And also, we were talking about the cruise ships as well, how major that would be for our city if we could really, really see the vision, make it happen, and not be afraid to fund it. But like you said, that's not my wheelhouse. I stay in my lane. But to hear what you're saying, it is a great possibility to do what you're saying to make happen. But I like that what we saw when we were in Florida, and we thought about that. And maybe we can sit down and kind of share that idea, what we saw and we thought about. That would be really a revenue stream for Memphis. And so for you to bring that up, it's kind of got my wheels turning a little bit, and I thought about that. And so that will be something more to explore and talk about, because we need to think long term on what we want our city to look like 10 or 15 years, and the revenue stream that we need to get a consistent revenue stream like every other city, because we can do it here with the open mindset and making it possible and making it happen. And with you sitting there, when you lived in Mexico and you saw what was able to happen. And Mud Island belongs to us. It's a city, it's ours. And it should be up and running and vibing, and just every time somebody cross that bridge, before they cross that bridge, they want to come over here, like Councilman Ford want that big, what that thing is, what you call it? Yeah, I'm scared of them things. I would never, I'm afraid of those things. But yes, that thing. But thank you for sharing in your vision to see further and wanting to see Memphis grow in a whole different arena.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
If you could move to the last slide. None of this ever could have happened with one person or group alone. The small private investment helped us prove the possibility, which was always going to be the first step, is prove the possibility. Our 10,000 visitors proved the demand in the last 3 months, and now we all have an opportunity together to build the destination that we want. So we're incredibly excited, and thank you for inviting us here.
So much.
Thank you.
I just want to say a few things. Thank y'all. Wonderful. This is a beginning. We always have a beginning. The Ferris wheel is important.
Yeah.
That's a beginning. Not only that, a carousel. You got to have that there. If you go to all these other cities, everybody got it. Riverfront. We had the most beautiful riverfront. We need to bring it back to what it was. Let me ask you, y'all working along with the riverfront development?
Yes.
Okay, please. I'm kind of a little upset with them, okay? I remember when it started, I helped them, okay? Some things that they did kind of held us back, so that's why I'm asking, okay? Parks need to be part of it, the administration need to be part of it and all. Let me just say this, St. Louis, their riverfront is about to put Six Flags out of business. They're trying to close it, okay? Because everything is going on the riverfront, what everybody wants today. New Orleans, same way. And like I said, what we have, thank y'all so much for starting. That's why we got to kind of finish and move forward. That's why everybody has to be part of it, okay? Because revenues, what we need, we will bring everything that we kind of want. And like what you said, when you come off the bridge, first thing you see. So we need to make sure that's taken care of, okay? Because, like I said, we had the nicest one. Dr. Warren, you brought up one thing, Viking. Viking?
Yes,
okay?
Viking, exactly.
There you go. Last administration, that was supposed to happen. We need to move forward with it, where they wanted to come constantly. Yes. Whereas, hey, all our riverfront all the way down, Harbor Town, all the rest, that should have been done. That's why, hey, I'm glad you brought that up, that they're parking it there. That's another beginning. Yeah, we need all of them. So, hey, we need to bring, next meeting. That's why we just wanted to hear you all, but we need to bring all these other people back when we have our next meeting where all of us can be on the same page and move forward. Okay? Now, I got to ask this one question. What do y'all need from the council right now?
If you could go back one slide.
Okay. There you go. Important question.
We would like to clear obstacles to start a minimum of a $5 million first phase infrastructure initiative, because whatever we build has to be built on something that's going to last, and that includes preserving the current building and getting clarity on exactly what needs to happen before we have a Ferris wheel. And I'd be remiss, I love a Ferris wheel, it's the most stunning thing in the world, but I will throw a hat in the argument that maybe Memphis needs its own sphere, because how beautiful, the sphere, like the sphere in Vegas. How beautiful would the sphere be at the tip of Mud Island? So I'm just going to toss that out there. Still lit, still beautiful. You can see it from everywhere. No, the sphere is a complete venue. And so you are watching a video in 360 degrees inside, but then it also has the ability to project on the entire dome outside. So it's yes. We believe that this would be a great first step, because I know you've seen a ton of proposals. People could ask for 50 million, 100 million. You could spend $200 million on Mud Island, but part of Bevo's business model is that we can gain momentum with incremental change. Let's build the bricks one at a time and move things forward. And so this, we believe, was a great first step to fix the critical infrastructures with long-term solutions, because we have amazing partners right now with River Parks and the city and general services and their contractors. They're all trying to hold this together with what they know, and with Band-Aids, they know what the long-term solutions are for the building, but they need the intention and the capital investment behind it to be able to implement those for us.
Thank you all for coming. And like I said, we'll get back together, set up another meeting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you do. You should.
for today is Psalms 37:4, and it says, "Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart." Yay!
Thank you
So
for
City
that.
Council, we're delighting ourselves in him.
Thank you.
All right. The August 4th meeting of the Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Deja, please call the roll.
Chairwoman Swearing Washington.
Present.
Chairman Dr. Warren. Chairwoman Logan. Committee Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Today on the agenda, we have one item, an update on facility conditions and maintenance at the Benjamin Hooks Library, District 5, Super District 8, requested by Chairwoman Jana Swearingen Washington. The floor is yours, Chairwoman.
We wanted to get an update on the facilities. I had gone over to the library, and there were some needs that needed to have been addressed. The power washing, the cleaning of the windows, carpet. We just want to make sure that it's inviting. It's in East Memphis and stellar location. But we want it to be welcoming to our constituents, to our community members, and just make sure it's representative. And also, that's our main library. So it sets the tone for the other libraries. So we wanted to see what the progress was.
Good morning, Councilwoman. Melvin Jameson, Director, General Services, 125 North Main Street.
Eric Harris, Libraries, 3030 Poplar.
Gerald Spencer, Deputy Director, 125 North Main, Deputy Director for General Services.
Right. This morning, I'll start off, Councilwoman Washington. So just a quick update here on the building mechanical systems. Then I'll get to some of those action items that you want to talk about. So at Central Library, 3030 Poplar, I want to talk about three major building systems. Those three major building systems are the chiller, the boiler system, and the cooling towers. And I'll start with the good news first. In 2021 or so, we put in new cooling towers at these locations. They are in great shape. They are operating properly. We've been doing the preventative maintenance, and they have over 12 years remaining life. With good maintenance on it, it should last longer than that. The other two I want to talk about is, the first one is the water-cooled chillers. There are two water-cooled chillers, 600 tons, and they are more than 20 years old. One of the chillers is operating in fair condition. The other chiller, we still are making some repairs. These chillers have between 2 and 5 years remaining on the life. So we do have to start planning to get those chillers replaced. The fire tube boilers, there are 4 fire tube boilers, and that's the heating system. Those are 25 years old. They are in fair condition. They are operating fine. But we again have to start the budgeting process to change those out over the next 2 to 3 years. All right. Some of the things that we have done, I was out at the site on yesterday. And, I go to the site. I've gone to the site frequently, but I was, thinking about what you said. We need to really make this a building that is inviting, that is aesthetically pleasing for the citizens. And I looked at it, I pulled up, and before I even got out, I just said, let me pull up here and just look at the grounds. Let me see the things that she's seeing, And when I pull up, I see grass that was too tall. I see debris laying there that should have been picked up a while back. So it was just not kept the way I would like to see it kept. I'm just going to be honest. And, of course, I got on the phone. I got on the telephone. I started taking pictures. I sent texts to my folks, to Eric here. Say, man, what's going on over here? We got to do better. And we agreed. We're going to do better. We're going to make this work. This morning, my teams are over right now providing those grounds maintenance things that need to happen. The debris cleanup, the grass cutting, getting things back manageable the way it should be. The other thing, the pressure washing. And Eric had one of the vendors come out this weekend and provided pressure washing around the front areas of the library and the entranceways. He found that while they did do the pressure washing, it just did not get enough done. So they're going to do something deeper here, and we're going to coordinate with the. I'm not sure what the vendor was, but we're going to coordinate with the vendor to provide something such as a sandblast to remove that underlying dirt that's actually into the paved areas. The next thing we are doing is we have a licensed window cleaner contractor. We are going to engage them to provide cleaning for all of the, when you walk in area, all of the glass low and glass high, to make sure that we get cobwebs, dirt, debris, and everything, and get that looking the way it should. Now, the escalator project is scheduled for completion on August the 30th. That's this month. We will bring that in. There are a couple of items remaining. We will get that done. The elevator modernization will begin immediately after the escalator project is complete. That is that's an additional 12 weeks or so, and that will be completed November 30th, 2026. Eric, if there's anything else you'd like to...
The carpet.
I'll let Eric talk about that one.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Eric Harris, 3030 Poplar. Concerning the carpets, we are meeting this morning actually with Service Master, and we have another meeting scheduled on Thursday. What we've noticed is that the meeting rooms, along with all the other carpets, are scheduled for about every 6 months to be cleaned. But there's such heavy use in the meeting room that we need to actually have a more frequent plan than that. But then also, too, the carpets are scheduled to be replaced this year anyway with our CIP funding that is targeted directly at Central. So during this FY27, we are going to replace the carpet completely. But until then, we are meeting with them about getting some sort of cleaning done because it is not where it should be by any means.
Now, whose responsibility is it to spot check these places so that it won't get in this condition anymore?
Well, I can say that it is basically all of our responsibilities because the thing with the library is so diverse. We've got inside, we've got outside, we've got a lot of frequent use from outside vendors and things. So I would claim responsibility for us and general services and everyone. And I think this team in front of you.
There?
Yeah, there's several managers there. Yes, ma'am. And we all have, and there's different departments. We have maintenance, we have building, and we've all made basically a commitment to redo how we do things. One thing that we have implemented, and I wanted to say this too before I go on too far, I appreciate you, for lack of a better term, turning up the heat on this and opening our eyes, because there were some things, systems from a library perspective that we were doing. Being new coming in the door, there were things that I wasn't seeing, but now we're looking at it from that lens. For example, we've put in every area there is for lack of a better term, it's not a comment card, it's more of a comment sheet for our service master and janitorial crew, so that if anyone on staff sees things that needs to be corrected, they enter it onto this, it's a notebook, and then the service master supervisor is notified about it at least that day, and then a correction is made that same day. So we've implemented that library-wide, and it's already made huge gains. We just implemented that after the last time I spoke here. So I would say that we are taking full responsibility for it. We need to do better, but we are doing better just simply because we were told we need to look at things differently, and I appreciate you for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate you all addressing it, and we want to be consistent, not just this one time, but saying something, but to spot check and make sure that our facilities are, welcoming and inviting and representative of Memphis.
Absolutely.
I had a meeting over there, and I was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. And we don't want to be embarrassed. So
yes,
it was
ma'am.
just distracting. We couldn't even enjoy the meeting. I was like, oh, look at this dirt, the carpet, the windows. Yeah, that's me. I like things clean and in order. So if we can just continue to be consistent and, make sure that we are doing what we need to do and have that teamwork between general services, service masters, everybody to come to the table and make sure we're doing our part.
Absolutely.
Well, we appreciate your response, and we're looking forward to the consistency.
And Chair, if I may add one thing, I want to make sure that the group understands one process that Director Jameson mentioned is the complicated piece is the sidewalk restoration. When the company came in this weekend, they did a very decent job of pressure washing, the best that they actually could do, but they discovered something that we didn't know of. And I was actually explaining this to my wife when we were sitting at the nail shop on this weekend. Did I just say on record that I went to the nail shop with my wife? I'm sorry. We did, but when we were sitting there, it actually helped me to explain what happened. When the building was built in 2001, they put in the sidewalks. They looked just like new sidewalks. But they came back 3 years later and added a artsy material. It was black and a metal flake glitter to the sidewalks to sort of make it sparkle and shine, and it looked really, really nice. But if you ever go to a nail shop and you get something done to your nails, they strip it down, they'll put some sort of color or something on it, but then they put a sealant on top of it to keep it from chipping, keeping the paint from going away. That's I'm saying all this on record. But anyway, that was not done when they added this extra layer to beautify the sidewalk. So you're looking at about 25 years of dirt and grime getting in on the sidewalks and really going down deep into the cement. So that first pressure washing we did this weekend, it does look better, but it's nowhere near where we expect it to be. So we're looking to do things deeper. And it's going to have to take a really, really deep treatment to get that out and then get everything resealed so that it can look like what we want the library to look like. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee understood the sidewalks is going to be a little bit more complicated, but we are going to consistently work at it until it is acceptable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan is in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I do appreciate the presentation. What I would like to ask is that you all share with us, and it doesn't have to be here, but if you could send what the maintenance plan is for all the libraries, because a couple of years ago and last year, we were here talking about that. I even mentioned about the type of garbage can liners, because they had an event and they were trying to take out the garbage, and the trash liners were just so thin that all the garbage spilled on the floor. And so the managers and myself, we were trying to pick up the trash from the event. And so I mentioned that at a meeting earlier this year or last year, you know, who determines the quality of the products and how often, even where there are decks, where we have decks that are built, what is the maintenance plan on restaining after a period of time, or pressure washing and staining those? Because after a while, when they're made with wood, they start to look very old and rotten and, you know, not kept. And so, not just the main library, I do understand that that is that need, and that's what I mentioned, that's the central library, because, you know, that's where most people go. Even visitors from out of town want to go to the library, you take them to the main library. But I like to see that level of, you know, maintenance and manicure for all of them. And moving forward, which we talked about before, putting that in the budget for maintenance. You know, like if we can't get something new this year, next year, you know, at the library or at our public amenity, you know, places, because we need to implement that first and then start, you know, moving forward with that at whether it's the libraries, the community centers, or what. Even pressure washing, I put in to have the library out there. Our buildings that are older, you just have to have that, or they're going to deteriorate really fast. And I know you know that, but a lot of times we don't factor that in during the budget season, and then we're back at square one. And so, if we could, you know, put together the maintenance plan, what does that look like? How much would it cost? What would be included? How often? And what would that yield? You know, how would that improve the life and the quality of our public amenities? Because that's what the people are seeing when they walk up. That's what they're experiencing. Regardless of what we have in our minds, that's what they are actually experiencing.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I talked to you, we talked a bit ago about having a maintenance plan for the Raleigh area. So I do have the first draft of that in now, and I'm making a review of it, me and my team, and we'll be getting it back to the landscape architect that designed it for us. So I look forward to bringing that to you soon. as well with we will have that Raleigh maintenance plan, and we will also have a general maintenance plan that will be able to cover all exterior outside
And see,
services around
I
the
know
building.
that there are some places that are on the list. Y'all have a list of when you're going to rebuild certain libraries or buildings and, you know, what that cycle is. But for those that are older that may not be at the list to be redone or torn down, they need, you know, that little TLC like in Cordova, the library and Burt Ferguson, there's black stuff, you know. So to me, that's really simple to pressure wash those things. You don't have to be on a list for in 5 years we're gonna pressure wash the black stuff off your building. To me, that's not, you know, what we're looking for. So, and I know you guys are really busy. So, Chief, if there's a way that your team could, you know, put those things on a reminder, because we'll mention it and go on, and then when you don't circle back, then we're here where Chairwoman is mentioning the same things that we talked about last year. So if there's a way that it can be on somebody's list to keep up with that, keep us informed, send updates, because he did it as soon as we talked about it, but here we are. I still haven't seen it. And I know that might be because of your staffing, but we can use technology to, you know, do reminders or updates. So I do appreciate that and look forward to upgraded maintenance and, you know, our polished look and the quality of our buildings and public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming today. I appreciate all this wonderful information and updates. When you come back, can you share with us what the revenue is that's being generated at that location from meeting room rental and whatever else may be generating revenue, because we don't charge fines anymore, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the cards are free, which is wonderful. So yes, just when you come back, I'm just curious as to how much that is annually.
Okay, and I can bring you exact numbers, but just to give the group an overview of how it works, meeting room rental pretty much is free unless you are a large nonprofit, and a large nonprofit means that you generate, you know, probably several $1 million in revenue, but pretty much anyone who uses our meeting rooms, it is for free, but I will have exact numbers for you.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Logan and I have the same question about the carpet. Is that correct? You want to go ahead on and proceed, and then I'll just.
Well, I was wondering if where we have carpet, because and if it's in a high traffic area, even if it's the heavy, you know, industrial carpet, it's going to get dirty and show the stains. Have you all considered the cost of taking up the carpet and doing either stained concrete or some type of tile that is for high traffic, or some type of flooring that is long lasting? I know in a library you want it to be quiet, and maybe sometimes you use the carpet. But if it's not going to be able to be maintained with our budget, we may need to consider something different, some different flooring.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a great suggestion. I'll take that back to the team. We'll definitely consider.
Okay. And just kind of let us know what it is, because you have to keep cleaning and keep repairing. It gets torn, it's ragged, and it stays that way. But if you have, you know, tile flooring, it might be a little different. Not the kind that you have to wax all the time, but they have some good stuff out here now that, you know, that's pretty. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Well, that was one of the questions. I wanted you to explore something other than carpet, and see if we can find something more doable. The second thing is, when you use the word fair condition on the cooler and the boiler, when you say fair, something is 25 years into, could you kind of just explain that to me when you say fair? Because what I've been saying since I've been here is we have to just, we're here now. Right. But when you say fair, the warranties are an extended warranty. Are we especially when you're talking about a chiller and a boiler?
Right.
And I know the extension and expansion, you know, lifetime warranties on different parts, and we had to upgrade. I learned that with the FedEx Forum when we did the tour. We had to upgrade that chiller because it was so out of date with Cummins. And so when you say fair, can you explain that to me? And then the second question, I want to appreciate you for taking the time to getting out and to go see. Once you see it, it puts a different perspective on things once you see it. That's why you see us out in the streets all the time. You see me riding around taking pictures because it puts a different perspective on things when you actually see it. And so I appreciate that. And Eric, I want to say thank you for being very open to the things that this council is suggesting, especially when I think about Benjamin Hooks, a legacy, historical in this city. And so the presentation, when people hear that, they just want to go because they hear Benjamin Hooks, because that's our history, that's our legacy here in the city. And do you have a project manager looking at all of this? Or because what I want to really stress when your project manager is analyzing, looking at all of these items and things, I know we want to go the cheap way, but it's quality. When you go to your home, don't you want quality in your home? You just talked about the nail shop, you know? When I go, I want to make sure ain't no cuticles. Quality. And sometimes we just have to spend a few extra dollars to see a little bit more quality. So your project manager really needs to maybe go out and see for themselves instead of sitting behind a desk. What I really want to say, but I won't say. But visual is so much better. It's so much better when you can see it. And we talk about this up here all the time. Presentation is so important. What you present, when people come into our city, it's our presentation. I mean, you just heard about what we talked about, Mud Island. That's our front door. So we want a good presentation. We want something inviting. And so when I think about Benjamin Hooks, that's what I think about. So get back to my first question, fair. And could you explain to me when you say fair? And fair,
yes,
how down the road do we got to look or maybe have to think about a maintenance plan or doing upgrading?
So FAIR is really a system that has, in this case, it's over 20 years old. It's operating at its maximum capacity right now.
Maximum?
Now, it's maximum capacity. Now, that condition has been, and it's still operating as good as it is because we PM'd it over the life of the system. Now, by it being fair condition means that at some point it's going to get lesser, and that's going to be going to the not so fair and poor condition, and then it's time to change it out because it's not going to get any better. But fair really means that it's operating, doing what it needs to do, but we are performing tasks on it to keep it going. So we are in the planning stages now to say, hey, look, in the next budget, it's time to start replacing this equipment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You good, Councilman Ford? Everybody's good? Warren? Okay. I think everybody's good. Good conversation. Very clear. Thank you. We should not have to come back and ask you what your future plans are. This should just automatically be presented and say, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're moving forward, and this is what it looks like. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes,
maybe in 2 months they can come back and give us an update if that's a good idea.
That would be great. I concur with you.
Thank you.
So, 2 months?
2 months.
All right. Yes. Did you want to say something?
When you do the presentation, and you know how you all give the CIP for the next 5 years, or do your operating budget out. Do you include those types of things in those long-term plans for replacement? Because I don't recall seeing those replacements of chillers and things like that.
So it's in a larger number. It's just not itemized out.
But it's already included in your. You mentioned today that we need
this one.
Huh?
We're gonna double check this one for the library, but I'll have to check.
Yeah.
To see if this one is actually in the next 5 year.
Because you're going to eventually have to change them all of them, so are they on a schedule, and is the schedule included in the budgets that have been presented for the next 5? You know how you have one for 2027, 28, 29?
Right.
Are those being included?
So some of those major modification systems are included already, but we just completed that FCA, and we are going to go back and use the FCA to start to strategically look at what we have to schedule out in the budget and planning stage.
So is nothing going to be added to 2027?
Nothing to 2027,
Okay.
but
All right,
2028 and above and beyond. Yes.
All right, I think are there any further questions or discussion in regards to this committee? If not, this meeting is adjourned.
Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Brianna, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Ford. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Walker. Chair Logan.
Present as well. Thank you, ma'am. We have two items, council members. The first item is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $13,672,960 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2027 Capital Improvement Program budget for the Southwest Twin Redevelopment Project CD 01104, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. And those from administration that will be speaking, please give us your name and address, and you are recognized.
Good morning. Felicia Harris, Deputy Director of Housing Community Development, 170 North Main.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Sam Roberts, Senior Development Analyst, HCD, 170 North Main.
Good morning, Council. We are here to ask for approval to move to the third phase of the redevelopment of Southwest Twin Drive-In. We are asking for the third year CIP funds to be submitted in amount of $13,672,960. This will start the construction of our the fleet building, do the remaining portion of the police precinct, and then begin the construction on the library. And I have Sam here to add more, who's the project manager of the project.
Hi, Council. Yes, as Deputy Director Harris said, this is going to support continued construction going on for the police precinct, as well as the fleet building, which is scheduled to start in the coming 2 weeks. And it will begin the library construction in spring of 2027.
Any questions for us?
Did you have anything? Do you have any questions? You're all good. Okay.
The library will begin construction in spring of 2027. The entire project is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2027.
Okay, wonderful. Awesome.
Once I saw that precinct coming on up, it's about time they started.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be finished in October. But it did not, so that's okay. But it's coming up now.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of happy. I'll be happy when they have moved in.
Yes, sir.
And breaking ground for the library.
For sure.
Awesome.
But I thank y'all.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Oh, I thought White was in the queue.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Councilwoman White, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Where are you all in terms of cost on the project? Like, are you all still within budget, in line, or outside of it? I guess in terms of now reaching phase 3.
We're in line with budget. At the moment, there's a need for about $500,000, but it will not affect this current phase that we're in. We plan to either utilize additional federal funding to fill that gap or request additional CIP funding for next fiscal year.
And they did note a use of funds in their presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw that.
And so you said you would, so as of right now, that wouldn't affect this year's CIP budget, but potentially next year's CIP budget.
Correct. We currently have $11 million allocated for next year. We may either ask to increase that or try to find some federal funding to fill that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just heard you say, I was going to ask the same question because I walked out and I didn't clearly hear it's in the presentation, your cost. And excited to see it. Councilman Ford and I was sitting in the heat a couple years ago, about 3 years ago, when it was nothing but grass and dirt and it was hot out there. And to see it, just to see the manifestation of what's happening now, actually seeing it is amazing. So thank you, Councilman Ford, and I'm glad to be aboard and part of that super district of all of this happening. The second thing is, I heard you say federal funding and trying. So do you have a grant writer to reach out to access these funds? Because that's very important. When there's federal funding out there, we need as a city to make sure that we jump on it immediately and have a experienced, skilled, fun grant writer that knows how to get these fundings, so it won't be such a heavy burden on the city and the taxpayers all the time. And so that's very important to me. So do you have someone now working on that, looking at that?
Council Lady, thank you for that comment. Typically, as we do our budgeting for the next year, we start looking at our community development block grant. And so that's what we look for, and that's a federal entitlement that we get annually.
Okay. And the second thing is, Mr. Eric is still here, and Chief is still here. This beautiful library is about to evolve, and it's getting ready. So make sure there is a maintenance plan in that library, so we will not be back here again trying to figure out or trying to move forward. So I think there should have been some learned experience from previous libraries being built, some pain, we've experienced a lot of things. So we should be an expert now on building libraries and what should and should not be, and what we should be looking at, what should be in place and what shouldn't. I think, how many libraries have we built so far? Since I've been on it, it's been a lot. You don't have to give me a number. But we should have the expertise, along with our project manager, whomever is looking at all of this, should have an idea what it needs to look like and how we need to move forward. Maintenance, as Chairwoman just said, this is libraries. So we've already had our pains and our hiccups. So now we should be experts when we build a new library and what it should look like. We know carpet. That should be one thing we should be really taking in consideration is carpet. Making sure that our windows and different things are, I think this is a floor level, so we don't have to worry about elevators or anything of that nature. Escalators, the escalator. So we don't have to worry about that. But these are things that there should be a round table sit down, looking at what we've already experienced and what we shouldn't have to at this point. I see you shaking your head, Chief. When we go through these, we should be an expert at what we're doing moving forward in this city. So the cost and the projections and the forecasts and things that we're doing should not be a burden, and you all should not have to sit there begging and asking for money, because we've done it before, and those are the things that we should learn. Am I right, Chief? Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Before Councilwoman Walker, I'd like to recognize Councilman Canali has joined us. Good morning, welcome. And Councilwoman Walker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while we're talking about the building maintenance, a plan for the building maintenance, let's not forget about the outside, the ground. So I don't know what the plan is for the foliage, but we need a plan to keep that up as well. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on item number 1. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item will be sent down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. Thank you so much. Our second item, colleagues, is a resolution approving a proposed consolidated plan FY26, FY26, FY27 annual action plan, and appropriating federal entitlement funds to the housing and the FY26-27 housing and community development budget. All council districts, well, that was P1. All council districts, that was P1. PY26, FY27 housing and community development budget. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes.
Second.
has been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Please give us your name and address, and you are recognized.
Felicia Harris, Deputy Director of Housing Community Development, 170 North Main.
Anthony Self, Planning and Policy Administrator, Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main.
Council, we are here today asking for your approval and acceptance of our federal entitlements in the sum of $14,531,739. This is the sum total of our four federal funding sources that we receive. The duration goes from July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. And just in plain language description here, this is we use program year 26 because this is the federal program year. It is our fiscal year FY27. We put this out in our annual action plan, which is an update to our consolidated plan on an annual basis. And essentially, this goes to support programs and activities to address all of our things. So our affordable housing, community development, public services, homelessness assistance, neighborhood revitalization, as well as our HOPWA programs across the Mid-South area. Next slide, please. Here is, we're showing what the allocations are, how we will be utilizing the funding in housing, a total of $4.1 million roughly. Homelessness, $645,811. Our special needs area, $4,200,450. Over neighborhood economic and community development, $3,500,934. And then for general administration and planning, a little over $2 million. Our annual action plan is required by HUD. This is a report that we submit annually. And here we describe what we're going to do and how we're going to use all of our federal entitlements, our community development block grant, our home investment funds and partnerships, which essentially pays for housing acquisitions and rehab and development, our emergency solutions grant, our housing opportunities for persons with AIDS and HIV, and then any other activities that we undertake under housing and community development, essentially to address all of our needs, specifically those for low to moderate income residents here in Memphis. I believe that's the final slide.
We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, and Councilman Warren in the queue. In that order.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question. With your programs and all these funds being allocated, if they're not used for the purpose, how do you implement it? Do we lose that grant money? What happens? Do we transfer it somewhere else? Do we make it up somewhere else if those funds are not actually used for the purpose intended?
Any funds that are not actually used for the current fiscal year, we roll up to the next year,
okay,
and we utilize those monies.
Okay, yes. All right. When they say in your program name, what is Brass Pro? What is that?
Are you speaking of Bass Pro?
Yeah. Oh, that's the service over at the guest service?
Debt service.
Debt service.
Debt service.
Okay. Maybe we can talk about that offline because I don't understand
all right.
What that is and what that entails. When you say the HOPWA, could you explain to me?
HOPWA. HOPWA is an acronym for housing opportunities for people with HIV and AIDS. HOPWA is the acronym.
It's the acronym.
And it goes, here we support, I think, 7 counties across the Mid-South
That's what
region.
I wanted. Okay.
In between Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And it essentially is services and housing for people with HIV and AIDS.
So this money is serviced across 7 counties.
Yes.
Just not Shelby County.
Correct.
It's
the Mid-South region.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think that's it.
All right, you're welcome. Councilwoman White.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton went through some of them. I was about to say, with this kind of presentation, what would be helpful is a couple of things. One is so getting these numbers is fine, but these numbers doesn't tell us the story of what this money is actually going to. They just name programs, and we don't know what the programs are specifically doing. Like it says, the CDBG dollars. I generally know what the program is, but what is the intention for that money this year? How is it? How many people do you all intend to be impacted by this? Because as we're allocating it, we're just allocating it to these particular divisions and saying, yes, we agree with the way that this money is going to be dispersed, but we don't know that from this particular presentation. And so I actually have a question about each line on here as to what those programs are, who's going to be serviced, how many people will be serviced, how much money we got in the past, how much did we get this time, how much was available, are there opportunities for us to be able to get more? This just doesn't tell me really the story of this $14 million that we're saying is going to these programs. Of course, I believe that, they'll go where they need to go and that you all have done the appropriate legwork and due diligence to be able to determine how to disperse it. But it would be helpful for us to be able to know what that is.
Sure. And we do have that information. We do not have it on a printout today for you, but we do go through that in great detail in our annual action plan, but we can provide that information to you. We also presented this about a month ago during our public hearing, where we do go through all of it line by line, explain exactly what you just have requested. So we'll get this information to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, hop back in.
Can you describe, if you go back and look at that money, it looks like there's a very small amount compared to everything else. Everything's in millions, and there's like 645,000 for homeless. Is there a reason there's so little there, and what are you actually doing with that money? Where does it go?
Right. These amounts are based on what we receive for federal allocations on an annual basis.
So the federal government told you that?
No, yes. This is the amount that we were for ESG, for example, which is for where the main area is. For homelessness as well as special needs were decreased 1.4% this year, and so we did see a decrease in that level of funding. But historically, the ESG has been one of the smaller grants in terms of net federal entitlements.
So that specifically. That 645,000. That's what the feds told you should spend on homelessness.
That's how much they provided to us to spend
on that particular issue. So each one of these was determined by the federal government based on something we sent them, or just how did they make up their mind to do this?
Our federal entitlements are determined by a whole formula. It's kind of too deep to go into right now.
So they have a federal formula that figures it out based on...
Right, for each one of our categories, we receive a percentage of, that category in terms of across the board.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
When you all come back, I do want the council members to understand that formula or those numbers that they use, multipliers or whatever they use, and how we compare with other cities, comparable and peer cities, so they can see the disparity there with the number of people we have, and just kind of talk through that and begin to look at what needs to happen to increase, our multipliers or get that changed or what we need to do. So when you come back, we'll talk about that. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Yes, can they come back in September?
Yes.
And to explain that too, I would like to come back, for them to come back. Mm-hmm. And I concur with my colleague. That's why when I saw all these acronyms and all these different things, I wanted to know, a percentage of what, my questions, I don't want to go through, sound redundant. Yes. You heard, and so we were on the same page. So can we put them, make sure they're back for next month? Yeah. In September. Mm-hmm. And you can come back and do that, because this is a block grant, you said that, am I correct?
The community development.
Yes. So just look forward to come back. Explain it to us as elementary as you possibly can, but concur with what my colleague, Councilwoman White.
And even before
as
you
well.
come,
Thank
if you would send the presentation or the breakdown that you all gave.
We can get that back to you
yes, if you could
immediately
send-
today.
Yes.
That'd be
because we
perfect.
already have this available.
Absolutely. The one that you all presented that gave all those, just send that to us, and then when you come back, we'll be able to, you would have digested it a little bit better, and we can have a very intelligent conversation when y'all
And
come.
we'll know how to talk like you all.
Thank you so much.
More information for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't know whether our administrator, Anthony Seff, had anything to add.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't. I think you well
Okay,
covered
okay.
it. You,
Did you?
I did not.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, was there any other information needed today? Or do you all, okay, how would it impact you all if we held this one until the next one? How would, that would impact you greatly? Okay.
Yes, yeah, that
so
would impact us, yes, because we have to
get that money in circulation for
Right.
the people. And this is a federal allocation, so
Yes.
make sure you all get that to them, to the council members right before 3 o'clock.
All right, we
So
will
we'll
send
go
it
ahead.
to, you can send it to Christian to send.
All right. Yes. Yeah, because they have, this is, federal. They
Yeah,
need to
these are
get it in
federal
circulation.
dollars.
These are federal dollars.
We have our nonprofits and
Right.
everyone ready to, waiting for this money.
So if you all can send it before, and then you all can have time to look at it, we'll go ahead and send it down. Okay, great. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This will be sent down with a favorable recommendation with request for same night minutes, and we'll be looking forward to getting that after this meeting. Thank you all. Anybody have any other comments, questions? Okay, if there are no other items for this committee, I hereby call the Housing and
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chair Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Item 2 is being held. These are all update and discussion items. Item number 1 is an update on city-owned properties. All council districts requested by Councilman Smiley Jr. Welcome, gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Morning, council again. Melvin Jamerson, Director General Services, 125 North Main Street.
And Carlton Osborne, Manager of Real Estate, 128 North Main.
Gerald Spencer, Deputy Director for General Services, 125 North Main.
So basically, at the last meeting when we were present, we went over 7 properties that were vacant and being held by the city at this time. And I'd like to give you an update on those and the actions that we have taken in order to transfer those, or what the city's plans are for those particular properties. The first one, I think we have the wrong slide shown. So I'll just move forward. The first one was the former Bungie site at 1079 North 2nd Street. Currently, we have the adjacent property owner who is an interested and willing buyer who is wanting to use the property for his operations. And so we are planning to move forward with that. But before we do, there has to be some subdivisions that need to take place, because part of that property is occupied by Public Works and some infrastructure that's on that site. So once we subdivide the property and receive an appraisal, then we will move forward to selling that particular plot of land to the adjacent property owner and move forward. So that would be out of the hand. So he has submitted a proposal. It looks good, and we are in the process of evaluating that. We should be back before you within 90 days to get final approval for the sale of that particular property. The next one will be the former fire station 43 at 1253 Holmes. There are 2 possible concepts being evaluated for the use of that property. However, it is being considered for internal city uses. There is an initial rendering for the community gathering hall that has been received, but we are still waiting for renderings for animal shelter substation. We will present when complete, but there will need to be a decision made from the administration on that particular use. And the timeline is to be determined based on the budget and which option we plan to go with. The next one being the former Fraser Library at 3712 Argonne. There are 2 proposals being considered from nonprofit organizations. They seem to be upstanding organizations right now. We are still waiting for some required documentation from both parties. Once we receive those and make a decision on the options or present the options to the administration for decision, we will move forward and bring them back before City Council. We anticipate about 45 days for that to take place, and we will be back before you with a decision and your approval. The next one is the 2608 Avery operations. That particular facility is currently being used by Parks for equipment storage. There is really no other operational use that
particular site can be used for at this time, so Parks decided to use it for their equipment storage. The next one is the Summer Avenue office building, which is at 3628 Summer Avenue. We have a qualified nonprofit organization that toured the site on 7/30, and they have submitted a proposal, and we expect to be back before you for your approval in 30 days for the transfer of that property to this for community use. And then there's 247 Washington Avenue, downtown office building. So we have received estimate for demolition and paving in the amount of $870,000. And as we stated previously, the renovation cost is estimated somewhere between $6 million and $10 million. So right now we are looking at both of those options, but we are currently performing a cost benefit highest and best use analysis to determine the recommendation that we will present to the administration for a final decision on that. So, and of course there is the Coliseum, which is 996 Early Maxwell, and that is undetermined at this time as to what we will propose or what will be done with that particular facility is to be determined. Any questions?
Dr. Warren, and then followed by Councilwoman White. Let the record show that Councilwoman White is joining us.
On this, you kept saying the adjacent property owner on 1079. Who is that adjacent property owner?
I would rather talk about it offline since we're still in negotiations, but it is the only adjacent owner to that particular property.
Okay, well let's talk about that online. I guess if you're bringing us stuff for us to know what's going on and we can't talk about it, it's a little bit tough. So I understand what you're saying with doing a deal. We don't want to undo a deal. And how do we own an office building on Summer? Was that one that we built or one that we acquired?
Well, that was a previous clinic. Alliance Healthcare held it in lease for approximately 10 years.
From us?
From us, yes.
And how did we get it before we gave it to them?
I'd have to go back and do the research on it because that was before my timeline, but it has been leased by Alliance Healthcare.
Okay.
It was probably donated to us, but I can go back and check.
So someone donated that to us, okay. And okay, so all these sound great. I do think we may want to get Bevo to work on the Coliseum with the way they're doing the stuff on the other things. Eventually, they may be the ones that solve that problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman White.
Do we have demolition costs for the Coliseum?
No, we don't. Not at this time.
Okay.
Councilwoman Walker, followed by Councilman Ford. Oh, you're here. I'm glad you're here.
So I'm kind of, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of piggybacking on the previous question. So I was going to ask, what was the last estimate on the demolition for the Coliseum? Mr. Stockwell, who was here earlier, he was part of that group. They're not as active as they used to be. And I did take a tour, but that's been on the other side of the pandemic, and the only real issue was the ADA compliance, but there were a lot of rumors circulating as to what was needed. I know that there have been ideas and people and organizations who were interested in it, but they did not want to assume the cost of the demolition, nor did the city at that time, but I just don't remember what that was. But if you can just speak to that, however, and then as far as the property on Summer, can you share that with us, an attorney-client, who that is?
Second Street.
On 2nd Street.
On your site.
The potential.
Sure.
Okay.
As far as the Coliseum and the demolition, what we can do is pull out the reports that we have and to see if there is some cost for demolition and bring that back to you as well.
Okay, this was complete for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question, and I think my two colleagues may have just answered. I asked this, was this a historical piece, this Coliseum piece here in Memphis? Is it historical piece here that we're holding on to it for some reason or another? And the cost, I mean, is it worth renovating or doing whatever needs to be done? But is it a historical piece that we can't let go of Memphis? Is it? I see Councilman Ford, you've been here longer than all of us. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. You're seasoned, man. You're seasoned, sir. You are seasoned. I do. I really do. You don't. I don't, but I do. That's the first thing. We own it. The city owns it.
Keep giving everything whack.
Okay.
Okay, but we own it. I think the maintenance, from my time, it may be a little bit more. To keep that Coliseum is about $500,000 a year, right? Keep it in shape.
Even this time?
A is the problem that we've always had. If we're going to try to do something.
In 8?
Huh?
What did you say?
ADA.
Oh, ADA compliance.
The only thing that
Got you.
held us up from really doing anything because it would have cost us so much. Okay, ADA. But that don't mean we can't put certain facilities, certain things in there that would kind of eliminate the ADA. We just never end up looking at it. I got a lot of different things that can go in there and we won't have to worry about ADA. But that's just something, well, we'll talk about that after.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a
lot of
presentation.
things, but we have not moved on it because we did not care about the Coliseum. We cared more about the stadium part, and I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, please.
Because it's not ours anymore.
Anymore?
Like I said, we keep giving everything away. We don't get anything from it too much, but we always put something else back into it because we're never out of it. Okay? That's why I said we'll talk about that after a little bit.
So this is a city-owned property, again, that we're dealing with, that we're up against.
That's the only dome we got, ain't it?
Yeah, okay, so
there's a lot of issues with that Coliseum. A lot of people would love for it to be gone because they want the property.
that part, that's what I was gonna ask you. I remember it very vibrant when I first moved here almost 30 years ago. And so we're back with our city properties, not with a maintenance plan or not with upkeep. So this is how we ended up here again.
A lot of things. That almost reminds me, I'm not going to go into that, 201 Papa.
Okay.
They want it a certain way, whereas, hey, let's just, anywhere, just get out of here. But once it's out of there, hey, this property becomes something, certain people. And I'm tired of certain people.
Okay.
You know, I think I called their names out once before. I'm not going to call it this time.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, you got a group of about 5 people. If it's not about them, it won't be, okay? Some of y'all know where I'm coming from.
So thank you. So it's all about the property and acquiring our property here in the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Clear.
But it's a lot of stuff can go in there.
Clear.
Councilwoman,
Yes.
it is historical. It was built in 1964. It was the first integrated public venue in the Mid-South.
And I don't.
But
Yes.
nobody know that but people our age.
You seasoned people.
The seasoned people.
Okay. Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues?
That's where everything used to be.
All right. Before I move on to item 3, I would like to wish Director Philip Davis a happy birthday. We're glad that you decided to spend it with us.
Happy birthday.
I'm sure there's no place that you would rather be.
Did you bring some cookies today? That's right.
Item 3 is an update on facility conditions at the Orange Mound Community Center, District 4, Super District 8, requested by Chair Swearingen Washington. Director Jamerson, who's taking this one?
Oh, thank you. Melvin Jameson, Director, General Services, 125 North Main, and
Gerald Spencer, Deputy Director for General Services, 125 North Main.
Justice Bolden, Director of Memphis Parks, 2599 Avery.
We know that that community center is used all the operational hours that it's open. And so I had received some calls, and they were concerned about the air conditioning and the pressure washing, an ice maker or refrigerator, and just several things. So I was hoping that you all would do a walkthrough and address all of the concerns at the facility. So we're excited about the update that we're about to receive.
So, Chairwoman, we did do a walkthrough at that facility last Thursday. And when we did our walkthrough, we found some issues with 2 HVAC units, and those units affected the classroom beneath the bleachers, the front desk area, and the front classroom. We have a contractor that's actually starting to repair for those units today. They're on site today starting to repair. Also during the walkthrough, we had noticed that some ceiling tile had been replaced. They had been replaced earlier, about 2 weeks ago, so that was an issue as well. The pressure washing was done last week, so that is done, and that's finished also. You want to talk about the refrigerator?
Yeah, so a couple things. You mentioned the refrigerator. There is the walk-in refrigerator that's on the senior center side. It was a part of the original construction. It's operable, but however, we're looking at some long-term solutions, primarily because of parts and things of that nature. So it is operable, but we're looking at a more, I guess you would say, a modern option at this stage. And then also, as it relates to the ice maker, we would be looking at replacement.
Okay.
And also, we had temporary cooling systems placed in those areas there where the HVAC was out last week.
Okay. Now, did you look at the parking lot? It had a whole lot of, what you call it, potholes.
No, ma'am, but we will send a crew up. We'll send our grounds team over there to look at the parking lot.
Okay. All right. Do we still have a camera over there on the lot? One of those temporary mobile cameras?
Not sure about that. So you're referring to the Skycam. So we do have Ricotta cameras there, and I believe we still have a Skycam, but I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
But one of the things I want to mention too, on those units that are in the mechanical space, there were some leaks down into the senior area, and those are going to be addressed after the
leaks.
The leaks that will be addressed as far as the units will be addressed that's causing the leaks. But right now we had to move that water to the proper draining area.
Okay.
So, but we will get back to those units after the season.
And did they check for mold? Someone said some mold in a classroom not far from the exercise area.
Yes, ma'am. We will check for that and verify what that substance is and remediate it accordingly.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you, Chair. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I see that smirk, Chairman. Can we just get a report, an update report on all our community centers on what that looks like, the maintenance, and I think Park is here. Can we just kind of get that? When was the last time we had reporting on that and the status and what everything looks like? Just an update, because so it's moving forward, we can kind of stay on top of things. So can we just do that?
Ma'am. We will.
We got a new chief and all that good stuff, and we want to make sure that he earned his keep.
We'll get your report from the facility condition assessment, the FCA.
Yes.
And we'll bring that forward to you.
To all our community centers.
We will. Yes, ma'am.
Because we want to make sure, because our communities, they use them faithfully.
They do.
They use those community centers faithfully. And our children they look forward to that. It's so many activities that the park has. They partner, and we want to make sure that it is up to par for our children, our seniors, They do line dancing and it's just so much
community
activity
meetings,
that goes.
repasses, all kinds of
I mean, just everything that goes on in those community centers. And we just want to make sure that they're up to par. And when you say mold, that's serious. And we need to, make sure that our health is a public safety concern in our community centers. So let's just get an update on all of them and what they look like, all of them. And so we can kind of see where we are so we can stay.
We'll do.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you. Item 4 is a presentation on the Lamar Corridor, District 4, Sewer District 8, also requested by Chair Swearingen Washington. Director Morgan. Director Neal. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main.
Good morning, Melanie Neal, Community Enhancement Director, 499 South Hollywood.
Before they start, Chair, I just wanted to share, as we know, Lamar is one of our major streets, from American Way to the interstate, to Midtown, to downtown. And there were so many pockets on Lamar that needed to be addressed when it comes to litter, grass, blight, code enforcement support, gas stations. It just encompasses so much that needed to be addressed. So I'm anxious to see the presentation, but not only to see the update, but to see the consistency of the upkeep. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So this is update for Public Works. Community Enhancement has a presentation as well. So for Public Works, as everybody knows, Lamar is a state route, and what Public Works is responsible for is the medians, so the grass medians, as well as kind of weed control on concrete islands, as well as overpasses and underpasses where there's bridges. So these are just some few representative pictures of Public Works after the 2 meetings ago inspected these areas. It actually, from a infrastructure standpoint, looked pretty good. There's only 2 grass medians on Lamar from Crump all the way to American Way. One of those is near Mississippi Boulevard, and the other is near 240 North. They were both cut. They're cut they're cut twice a month. There was one tree that was knocked down by a vehicle that was, removed because it had died. And the rest of this was, we removed all the weeds and sprayed the weeds around the overpasses and underpasses along the Lamar along the stretch from American Way to the Crump interchange down where 55 and Lamar is.
Okay.
And so that's kind of it for Public Works as far as the Lamar corridor. Subsequent to your request, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton asked for an update on the Mallory Heights area.
That Lamar and Prescott area really needs to be well maintained. It's the opening corridor to Cherokee, which is a very distinguished neighborhood, and it always looks terrible.
Yeah, there's a picture of actually Lamar and Prescott right there. So, that what I'm referring to as the concrete island is that the 2 concrete sections that you see on the left and right that are actually within the right of way. Mm-hmm. And what we would, check is really for roadside litter and just weeds growing up around the islands.
Now, this is the after picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that litter still over there?
On the right side, on the curb side? Yes, ma'am. Right. Okay. Okay. Next slide, John. Next slide. All right. So Mallory Heights, this was the area from South Parkway on the north Interstate on the west, and then Mallory on the south. As a reminder, Public Works has 56,000 drain inlets within the city. So the focus of this was potholes and drainage inlet inspections. There are 152 inlets within this area, and 113 of them were cleaned and maintenance, and 39 did not need maintenance out of those inspections. Next slide. And there's some additional things on Mallory Heights, but as a reminder, Public Works also has the proactive maintenance program. We have the primary grids and the secondary grids that we do throughout the season. We started this July of last year. Each 10 grid grouping takes about 3 to 4 months to complete. The areas on the left, I know it's small, but the areas on the left are the streets on the primary grid with the numbers from the first go round, and the areas on the right are the secondary. So we're essentially proactively out there addressing street sweeping, potholes, and drainage inlets proactively without relying on citizen request 311 on essentially every striped street in the city, not counting state streets, but there's a lot more neighborhood streets that we are not proactively doing this on, that we're relying more so on citizens to update us on service requests. But on striped streets where are major thoroughfares, a lot of tourism, business, community driving through there, that's the focus. That's what we're hitting. Next slide has the summary results. So since we started the program in July of 2025, and this was as of 3 weeks ago, so over 6,000 inlets cleaned, 7,400 potholes filled, and 3,400 miles swept on these major corridors. In addition, when we were out inspecting Mallory Heights, MLGNW is also doing lead service line replacement work. So if you go out to this area, there's a lot of street work going on. They're, cutting the asphalt, replacing the private lead service line, and then once they go down the street and finish all of those locations, their contractors milling the street as well as paving the street. So some of the streets have been paved, other streets are in the progress of replacing the lead service lines on these areas, and then will be paved. And if you go to the next slide, again, this was from a couple weeks ago. This is where their service crews are currently working in their next locations, and then there's a map on the next page. So those same locations are the ones that are highlighted of where their water crews are working to replace lead service lines. In addition to the request about Mallory Heights, there was a discussion about citizens or businesses blowing grass clippings, leaves, limbs, putting those in the drainage system. So the city does have an ordinance. We have the stormwater program that falls under solid waste, does a lot of community outreach, community public education, as well as issue violations for improper disposal of yard waste. And that's one of the items listed in that ordinance. Number 26, collected lawn clippings, leaves, and branches. So those are just, these are what y'all, see folks mow their grass, whether it's a business or a citizen.
What's the financial consequence of that?
So the stormwater ordinance can fine up to $5,000 a day. What we try to do, there's a lot of, sometimes we don't have proof. Somebody might just call in, it might just be my neighbor did this, and we don't know if there's, like a neighbor dispute type thing. So we'll do an investigation, and then we typically will send a mailing to the entire street or the entire neighborhood that says, hey, as a courtesy, this is illegal. You're not
So
authorized.
if the police see them, they can give them a ticket.
Yes, and then we could as well. So if the citizen, if anybody who reports has proof, like a picture of the truck, picture of the actual person blowing it in the street, then we will definitely take that and can enforce. But word of mouth is a little harder when we don't have the proof to substantiate it.
We need to get the word out because we see people doing that all the time.
Now,
up to $5,000.
Stormwater ordinance is up to $5,000. Now that's an egregious violation, but we have a matrix that we use for assessing civil penalties. And there's a stormwater board that if Public Works does assess a civil penalty, they have the chance, you have to have an appeal process. So they would appeal to a stormwater board for that fine, so.
Okay.
I just have a general question, Chair.
Hold on one second. Councilwoman Logan, then Warren, then Cooper Sutton.
So okay, thank you, Chair. For this fine of blowing blowing grass into the street and the drains, because I see it all the time. Is there a process that we go through to make sure that our contractors know that as well? Because I've seen that. And second thing, is there how do we let residents know?
Jonathan, if you will go to the next slide. So there's multiple ways. There's just obviously 311. The stormwater program has its own web.
I'm sorry. I said, how do we let residents know that it is against the law? I know
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said call. This is saying
I'll get
report
there.
it to 311.
I'll get there.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So reporting, the illicit discharge, there's multiple options. Stormwater program has a hotline. They also have the webpage where you can report it. And if you go to one more slide, Jonathan. Sorry, we'll come back. One more slide. There you go. So, the stormwater program, part of our MS4 permit, we do a lot of community education, similar to community enhancement with Memphis City Beautiful. We partner with them. We do events, flyers, schools, mailers, social media. We push stuff through the comms team. So we've done contractor, public education events, because part of our permit, we're required to have a certain number of public events, annual events. We do way more than what we're required, but to answer your question, we do mailers, and we have reached out to landscaping companies, hold public events for them, letting them know. And this is not just I know we're focused on yard debris, but we do a lot more. Dumping paint down the storm drain or, anything other than rain is illegal. So we do a lot of public education. It's just trying to get the word out. We start in the schools. Maybe some of y'all have seen the billboards along the interstate, like the cartoon that we created, Gurgle, which is the storm drain, and we get the kids involved and they do a cartoon, and then the winner of that cartoon is featured on the billboard for their respective schools. So they're out there a lot. It's just I think people know it's illegal.
Like
it's just
a lot of people listen to
speeding.
the news. You know how they do community news or PSAs, or maybe when they're giving them something else to report other than shootings in another city. We could let them know these types of things, or maybe sponsor, how they say you sponsor the weather, or it's on a ticker or something like that, as well as some of the places that people really have, like in the MLGNW bill or something like
yes,
that.
ma'am, we've done
Y'all
that.
do that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've done that, and we'd also
I'm
do
glad to hear
the-
that. Could you forward that to council members, and we can post it on our social media and our council page as well? Because there's a lot of that going on. Just like the grass, all of these mobile car washes, all of these chemicals that are going back into the water. What are we doing? What's the fine for that, and how are we addressing that?
It's the same. So one additional thing on public education, we also do the Hispanic community. We put ads in La Prensa Latina. It's a Spanish news publication. We do that as well. Anything related to, we call it an illicit discharge. So anything that's not, like I said, rain or a permitted use would be illegal to put in the storm drain. So if you see it, report it. If we see it, our crews, are actively, they're driving to construction sites. They're around, looking at different things, and we'll enforce on that. And
what's the fine for the pop-up car washes?
It's the same, but so the stormwater ordinance
$50. Is that what you're saying?
The stormwater ordinance can fine up to $5,000 a day. We have
Up to five, and that includes the car washes?
I'm not saying we would fine that for $5,000. We have the ability to do that, and we have a matrix that we follow that's been approved to
So there are
based
certain
upon the,
sites I know in my district, certain sites that they're there every day doing car washes.
Right.
So if you're driving around, I know you will be able to see them at some point if your trucks are driving around. And if you have like a piece of a flyer that you can hand them to say, you're going to be fined, you're going to get a ticket, you could be fined up to $5,000 or whatnot if we come over here and see you again. And then if you go back the next day and you see them, you might have to just, because it's all the same water.
You're correct.
And then we have a lot of things that's impacting our water. And I know people feel like that's very trivial. We don't have, people just trying to make some money or whatever. But if you're putting paint down the drain, if you're putting grass down the drain, if you're putting chemicals down, eventually it's going to affect the water at everybody's house. So,
and we do have flyers that we hand out for, site-specific things, like specifically related to construction sites. And we also have a lot of generic, informational flyers as well. Related to one additional thing related to the mobile car washes, a lot of those they're being operated on private property. So we work, we'll have discussions with like the private property owner, like, hey, this is an illegal activity, because they're allowing them on, the shopping centers where some are and some aren't, allowing them on those spaces.
So is it the property owner or is it who's in violation? Is it the property owner in violation or is it the person washing the car? Okay, because some of these property owners are out of town and they don't even know that it's happening. And the people that are there, like managers and all that, they're trying to manage the business. They don't have time to be outside. And some of them are afraid to say something. So you all can send the owners letters and send them that. That's great. Let's do all of it. But we really have to, and then give some to the police departments because they drive by there all the time and see them and they don't know what to do either. Because they'll tell them to leave and then they'll come right back.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're going to go to Councilman Warren, Cooper Sutton, and Walker. First, real quick, I want to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Logan said. I know we don't have contracting authority, but I would suggest that if we're going to find other people and tell other people that they can't do it, then we shouldn't be allowing any of our city contractors to do it. So I would say that they get one warning, and then if they get caught doing it again, that they're banned from getting a city contract for a minimum of 3 years. And that would probably stop a lot of that from going on. Those that are representing us and doing work for the city should most importantly abide by the rules. Councilman Councilman Warren, followed by Cooper Sutton, followed by Walker.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out, so people are washing cars, and the reason that's illegal is that when they wash the cars, the soap goes into the drains?
From a commercial aspect, yes. I mean, residential car washing is allowed.
And so residential car washing is allowed. Okay, so I guess, so what happens to these other car washes that are on the corner and you pay a quarter and you go in there? Where does all their stuff go?
To the sewer. Commercial car washes that are...
They're not treating it, right?
Like an established car wash. They have an oil water separator that's in the bay of the car wash that is cleaned out, and then the overflow comes to the sanitary sewer.
So what they've got is the commercial car washers have a thing that collects the soap, separates it, and then they take it and they send it somewhere to get it and treat it, or what do they do with it?
So the oil water separator separates the oil and the heavy. Like if somebody pulls into a bay with a lot of mud, gravel, that settles out. That's collected and disposed of. The water comes to the sanitary sewer system, is collected and treated by the city. It's not pumped, but those are commercial establishments that are connected and properly done.
So every one of these car washes I see that are up there, they all have that in the bottom of them.
Yes.
By the way they're designed.
They should, yes. But the sewer, the discharge from the car washes come to the sanitary sewer system.
Okay. All right, I guess the other question I have is, how do you get to do a $5,000 fine and we can't do anything with a $50 fine? Where did that come from
State law changed.
for this?
State law probably changed 10 to 12 years ago for sewer and stormwater violations. So sewer violations are up to $10,000 and stormwater violations are up to $5,000.
So they can change the state law for that, but it takes a constitutional amendment to allow a city government to go more than $50.
Answer that.
And I'm just thinking out loud here because it didn't really make much sense to me. Maybe worth talking to Alan to see if there's something we can do. But I think part of the problem we've had in trying to enforce things is we've never been able to go more than $50. If y'all can do this, then maybe we need to get together with our state legislators and see what else they can do for us. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Walker.
Chairman, I'm going to let Councilwoman not Councilwoman Walker, go before me because I'm going to go somewhere else to these two, and it's not pertaining to this right now, but just a little bit about grass. Okay?
All right, Councilwoman Walker.
Okay, thank you. And that was Madam Chairwoman's question about the grass, so I'll just let you take care of that. So, okay, she had asked me to in her absence. So I know you can't cover it here today, but Lamar, once you pass 240, that's District 3, and with the renovation of the corridor, if you can come back and share the city's role in that, and then where would we get the information from the status of the overall project? Would that be TDOT or that would be?
I think Director Neal has a presentation on the whole Lamar corridor project. And then TDOT will be here August 18th to talk about just state routes in general and their maintenance program.
So will they be discussing the Lamar corridor on that day, or do we need to follow up and make sure they have an update on that as well?
We have an update on everything that was completed via community enhancement. So the private properties, the commercial properties, court actions, the litter from Winchester all the way down to Riverside. So that's what we were asked to provide, everything that we did in-house. So I haven't spoken with TDOT, but I do have an update on the grass and all the anti-blight efforts that we've completed over the past few weeks and what our maintenance plan looks like.
From 240 to State Line? I'm speaking with respect to District 3.
We were asked from Winchester to Riverside, so the Crump corridor and Lamar corridor. So that's the information I have this morning.
Okay, yeah, yes, I'm clear on that. So moving forward for 240 to State Line, who do I request that from? Maybe I didn't state the question.
Can you get them to add that to the TDOT presentation next time they come?
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then we're going to let Director Neal go through her presentation.
Thank you. There's a quick question and just a concern that has been brought to my attention, and this is not the first time I think that we have addressed this, but I just wanted to know, is there a plan with Public Works, with community enhancement, and with our, as Councilman Ford says, with our neighbors across the street? Children in our community deserve safe, accessible, walkable sidewalks. School has started. I have rode around in my car looking at the sidewalks, and that has alarmed me because of the overgrown trees and the grass, especially in Super District 8 and 9. I forget about you, but you make me remember, and thank you. That what part do we play in it, and how can we partner and coordinate something with the Memphis Shelby County Schools? When I see a child have to walk in the street, that's very alarming to me when they're headed to school because the sidewalk is not accessible. What I would like for you all to come back with is a plan that I want every sidewalk and every overgrown tree, vegetation cleaned up, pictures reviewed. Now, I have my own pictures, and I'm not sharing my work with you all. I'm just saying. We got to make sure that our children are safe walking to school. And when they have to jump in the middle of the street because the sidewalk is not accessible, then that is a huge problem. That's a public safety issue. My question is, have you addressed it? Have this been addressed? Is there any conversation? Has there been a conversation? Is there a plan? Can we get a plan in place so that our children can be safe walking to school on these sidewalks? And what part belongs to us? And we want across the street involved because we pay city and county taxes, and they need to have some responsibility and accountability with working with you all. Can you all answer that for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. Each year, before the kids go back to school, we do launch a clean pathways or just a remediation effort throughout the city to ensure that just what you're asking is being done. We started that middle of July. We are compiling the metrics. We are completing the project. We'll continue it until we've touched everything that needs to be touched. Of course, this is a joint effort. When you talk about trees and sidewalks, those items don't fall under the authority of community enhancement. We address blighted properties. These are neglected, privately owned properties. So we are working to complete everything within at least a 5-block radius of every Memphis and Shelby County school. That includes dumping, that includes litter pickup, that includes boarding structures that may be open to casual entry, just any blight remediation efforts that fall under our control in community enhancement. And like I said, we did start that some time ago and are working to actively complete that as well as compile those metrics just as we've done for the Lamar Corridor.
The next question is, school started yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any observation? Was there any plan in place? Have you done anything and looked at sidewalks that may have previously been reported to make sure those were accessible for the children? And if so, I want a record of that, documentation of that happening.
Yes, ma'am.
And what we are responsible for making this happen.
Definitely.
Because you said this has been in place since when?
Definitely since I've been in community enhancement. So each year, again, it's a collective effort. When we were still under Public Works, this is something that, again, the team believes in collectively addressing, just as you mentioned, so that the kids have a clean pathway to go back to school.
Okay. Have you received any complaints from anyone about these sidewalks? And how often are you and how have we addressed them?
Sidewalks specifically, again, do not come to us. We address anything that is private property. So if it's a vacant lot, if it's a lot with a vacant house.
So who should address that to get those sidewalks clean and those overgrown trees? My focus is the children walking.
Yes, ma'am.
The children over there in Mitchell. Children over there in Jeter. What's your school? What's your district over there they walking in, Councilwoman Logan? I'm just, I'm seeing these children. I need to understand, have we addressed them? Because they are going in the street with oncoming traffic. And I know your part, but was there a meeting? School is about to start. Team, let's look at this. Team, let's address this and involve anybody else on the other side. Has proactively, was that done? Hello?
Probably not, but that's something that we can discuss for the upcoming committee meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm finished because we didn't get an answer.
White, you recognize.
Well, I thought so. So I know that last year I didn't do it in front of council. Last year I just called Director Neal and Director Goss and asked about the pathways to schools being cleaned. And so in this year, I know around June or July, I reached out to say, hey, are we doing that again?
And we are. Yes,
and that's what I'm saying. It was my understanding that it's being done.
Yes.
So I think they have been proactive in it, is my understanding. So, I think, if you want what you said, like some different pictures and those things, but it was my understanding that was something.
It is in progress, yes, ma'am. And as I mentioned, we are compiling all the metrics, yes, ma'am. And we've cut over 1,000 properties thus far, but we are actively cutting again until we can make a dent, because there is grass everywhere, there's dumping everywhere. But those are the metrics that I have as of today. We've cut, I believe it's 1,039 properties thus far around the schools. Do you all have anything related?
So if we get a complaint, Public Works will address it. So Public Works is responsible for line of sight issues and safety issues, whether it's really the traveling public on the street. So just because a tree is overhanging the street, I mean, you go down any street, there's Walnut Grove, Southern, all those streets have large trees overhanging the street. It's when a limb is affecting actual traffic. So if it's a low hanging limb, things like that, that's what we would clear. We're not pruning the trees all the way up. We do the same for sidewalks. Sidewalks are private property, though. Those sidewalks belong, but they belong to those property owners. But if there's line of sight issues coming out into the public right of way, we would address that to make sure the traveling public is safe.
Okay. Pathway for the sidewalks and the trees for the children. That's what I'm focusing on. And I'm hearing everything else other than have we done what we're supposed to do, and is that targeted? So come back to me to let me know what you have, because I have the pictures. I just called out some areas that needed to be focused on. Councilwoman Logan, do you have an area in District 9 where that same problem is occurring for our children?
District 1, yes.
District 1.
I actually sent in a request yesterday, but she didn't get it to you all. But I do understand that. I think the concern, if I may, is just knowing that this is Project Back to School. Every year in June, we begin. And if you have some egregious areas in your district, please send those to us and put those on the list. And let's get those done like in May when school is out. So everyone knows that Project Back to Streets Cleaning, the Back to School Street Cleaning or whatever is in effect from June to so-and-so. Every council member will send 5 to 10 like egregious properties. And then you all do your ongoing thing. But I think it's just because we don't know. We're seeing it every day, the streets and the kids. Like I drove past yesterday, some children in the street, and I sent it to my analyst, but she didn't get to send it to y'all. So I guess we're all seeing it, and you're not knowing that you're doing a project. We really appreciate that. But I think there needs to be maybe a joint effort with the school system and make it a citywide project back to school. The ongoing thing, that's one thing. The second thing, the ongoing need for sidewalks. We have a sidewalk program. I don't know how robust it is. It's only for certain income levels or seniors or something like that where you replace the sidewalks. So we may need to figure out something else because our city's aging. I don't know, have you all thought about partnering with some of the local CDCs or local nonprofits that can be responsible for monitoring a certain area and communicating to you all the areas that are really involved, that are really bad, so you can let those property owners know and that they have to do that. Just maybe having a more structured way of addressing this, because just answering our call in 2 months is going to be back blighted again. So that's like running. And I'm saying this for everybody in the house, in the room, chief and everybody. We need a structured way to get this done in conjunction with those who are responsible. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Are you finished with your presentation? Okay. Madam Chair.
I asked her to come here and to do number 4, presentation on the Lamar corridor, and I still hadn't heard anything about the grass. All of this is upcoming things for upcoming meetings. They're not even prepared to talk about that.
To piggyback on that, hold on one second. Colleagues, I would request that if you have other topics that you want to talk to Director Morgan, Director Neal about, that you meet with them offline, or if you want a specific item put on the committee agenda, that you add that to it. All right. Can you go through that relatively quickly? Thank you.
In October of last year, we launched our Lamar Avenue corridor revitalization. So the first aspect of that, again, started at Winchester. It went to Park, where the Lamar and Airway Shopping Center is. The second phase of that started at that intersection and ran all the way to Riverside. So the metrics that you'll hear this morning started back in October of 2025, and when we were asked to come and present the efforts that the team completed in the past couple of weeks are included in the presentation, as well as our maintenance schedule. Of course, as Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington mentioned, Lamar is a major gateway within the city. It extends southeast from the urban core to the Mississippi state line. Of course, it has sustained longstanding challenges with illegal dumping, overgrowth, litter, and mainly deteriorated commercial buildings. So that was the focus for starting on the Lamar corridor last year, just the number of large, vacant, blighted commercial structures. Those parcels, of course, were vacant, open to casual entry. So our first approach was to do an assessment to determine where we could have the best bang for our buck, to make sure that we were communicating with those property owners to ensure that they weren't just sitting on these properties. Again, these are large commercial structures, the old Holiday Inn World headquarters, as well as tall trees. Just very many older, long-standing blighted structures exist on the Lamar corridor. Of course, major transportation investments are being made, and we want to ensure that the condition and appearance of the corridor is a priority for us. Again, our work began in October of 2025. We began our initial investigative work. Since then, we've had extensive cleanups, illegal dumping response to overgrowth, litter, commercial, property enforcement, as well as just overall corridor assessments. We continue our enforcement. We have a 21-day maintenance schedule in place. So every 21 days, these properties that we know that we will be responsible for mitigating are on a rotation. They've been assigned to at least 8 vendors that have a section of the corridor. So every 21 days, you'll see the grass being mitigated along the Lamar corridor. Currently, there's ongoing maintenance. One of our initiatives with Memphis City Beautiful, we talked last time about getting them engaged and ensuring that they're included in the maintenance. They've done an assessment along the corridor, so we've identified 8 intersections where we will be placing the trash cans. So when our public services corps is out picking up litter, they'll also be emptying those trash cans. Those trash cans are on order, and we'll definitely let you know once they've arrived and they're being placed at those intersections. Again, our commercial code enforcement team addressed deteriorated, abandoned, and nuisance commercial properties. Our environmental enforcement team, illegal dumping investigations, tire shops, all service requests related to just illegal dump site abatement. Our public services corps, they addressed roadside litter, cleanup support, and just ongoing corridor maintenance. Mr. White and his team, of course, they've had that on a constant rotation since October of last year. And again, our grass mitigation efforts, that has been placed on a rotation, and the team will be out every 21 days. Memphis City Beautiful, as I mentioned, will be focusing on long-term beautification, including installing permanent litter infrastructure, as I mentioned, and we're looking for opportunities to partner with some of the smaller businesses to ensure that any efforts for planting are taking place as well. So we're engaging with the citizens just to ensure that the area around their properties is, litter-free. It's just any opportunity for beautification, we're working to complete that as well. Our overall metrics, we have 50 priority commercial court cases that were launched during this initiative. We mitigated 98 vacant lots, 1,183 tires were removed, 256 illegal signs were removed, 328 environmental enforcement violations were mitigated. That includes larger scale as well as smaller scale dump sites. A little over 1,700 trash bags of debris were removed by the Public Services Corps team, and 15,000 pounds of materials were removed by our Ground Services team. As I mentioned, mentioned, grass is addressed by our ground services team, so we are targeting to ensure that any properties that, again, are blighted and we know that we must put on a maintenance schedule, we're ensuring that that's being done. So all things ground services will be completed every 21 days. Again, that includes any tires that need to be picked up, mattresses, just any discarded debris, as well as signs and just overgrowth mitigation. So that's what this particular slide entails. As I mentioned, the commercial blight and the commercial code enforcement efforts was the root of this particular project. We do have before and after photographs. As you'll see, this Gloco Ironworks property. Here's an example of code enforcement in action. So we talked to the property owner, we sent out notices of violation, we got the property in court, and we do see some change on the facade of the property. So that's what we're looking to accomplish throughout the corridor. We have 17 rehabilitation cases. There are 16 properties that have active NPA cases, 7 non-structural cases, 3 cases are in environmental court, 3 properties are going through condemnation and ultimately leading hopefully to demolition, as well as there are 3 pending NPA referrals that will be starting a court process as well. The next slide just talks about the number of dump sites that were mitigated and environmental enforcement violations that were mitigated by our environmental enforcement team. The next slide again reiterates our efforts by our public services core team and Memphis City Beautiful. Again, we have 8 locations or intersections identified for trash can receptacles to be placed. And again, once they are here and installed, we'll definitely provide that update. And again, our public services team is out there once a month picking up litter. This is the intersection, I believe, right before Crump starts. As to where our teams did do some grass mitigation. So again, this is just an aerial view. We are gathering drone footage for these types of corridor efforts, as well as our impact tours and just anything that, is better shown from up above to see the impact of what our work looks like. As I mentioned, we will definitely keep this maintenance schedule going, as well as incorporating the other thoroughfares and corridors throughout the city: Elvis Presley, Austin P, Riverdale, Winchester, just about every council district. We will be incorporating the same thing along those corridors as well. And I believe that is the last slide. Again, what you have in front of you that was not on the monitor are before and after photographs with each location that we mitigated, as well as our overall metrics for the project.
Thank you, Director. Madam Chair, you have any questions or comments? Okay. Colleague.
We're going to call the Transportation Committee to order. Will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Chair Ford Senior.
Present.
Thank you.
We have one item. It's an update from MATA. All council districts requested by myself, Ed Ford Senior. All right. We have Attorney Holmes. I'm going to turn it over to you, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. My name is Roderick Holmes. I am the operational trustee for MATA. I'm joined by Trustee Art Davis, who is the financial or fiscal trustee for MATA. Good afternoon. What we'd like to do today is provide an update regarding the progress and also the future plans for MATA to provide our citizens with reliable services. Let's go to the next slide, please. What you see in front of you are the buses that have recently come in that will be put into service next week. These buses were ordered approximately 9 months ago. It takes some time to have those built, manufactured. We're appreciative of our manufacturing partners for putting us in line to get these buses. And these will be going out next week. All right. The buses that you see are part of our fleet revitalization plan. That plan is simple, and that's to give a reasonable and reliable service. One of the key components to that are reliable buses. As you know, it's been some time since MATA's ordered new buses. When we took the helms, we thought this was our priority. We knew it was our priority in order to be able to provide reliable service. We also knew that the manufacturing time would be at least 8 to 9 months. So what we've done, starting last year, is to place those orders and work with this council and Mayor Young's office to ensure that we had appropriate and adequate funds to complete these purchases. Over the last 9 months, with the assistance of our incredible grants and finance team, along with our operational team, planning and logistics, we've secured about $48 million between federal and city and state funds to do just that. What we're going to do with those funds that we've been able to secure is replace our working fleet. It takes approximately 51 buses to run our 23 routes, and our goal is to purchase 56 buses in total over the next 12 months. As you can see from the slide, we have 12 that are already been delivered. There are another 12 that are slated to be delivered in the fall of 2027. But just over the last 2 weeks, through a series of negotiations over the last few months, we've been able to get an allocation for 32 additional buses, which will be here in either the spring or early summer of 2027. Again, this will completely replace our working fleet because you need about 51 buses. What this will overall do is get us past that threshold number of 71 buses, 75 buses for our working fleet that will allow us to expand, add additional buses to each route, and start to first time consider adding additional routes to our service. You can go to the next slide, please. In the meantime, what are we doing to try to provide the best on-time performance as we can? I'll remind everyone that our current buses, nearly 50% of them are past their useful life. That means they have more than 500,000 miles on them. So what it requires is our maintenance team to work tirelessly to have better preventive maintenance plans, to make sure that our inspections are being done correctly, and they've done an incredible job of that to get those buses out. That is their efforts, their work has allowed us to maintain on-time performance and to see some growth with various routes. So I want to thank our maintenance team for their hard work and the impact they're having on our service, despite the challenges that face them. Next slide. On-time performance for the month of July was 60%. The peak on-time performance, what that means is what's our best day? What is the bandwidth of our services? Was 71%. That is a day where our team did an incredible job in getting those buses from point A to point B, giving the buses that they're working with, giving the state of our current fleet. You also see some other numbers there regarding the highest on-time performance by route. The easiest one for people to recognize is Route 50, which the highest performance for that week was 64%. Route 42 was 66%, and Route 52 was 75%. So again, what those numbers show is the capacity and the room for growth within our organization, and how when things come together, we see this upward trend in our on-time performance. Next slide. We are engaging on an ambitious goal of refurbishing some of our fleet. Our goal is to refurbish approximately 15 of our buses and to have that done by the fourth quarter. And what we're going to do with those buses is that we're going to place them on the routes that you see above. This is the plan. What that will do is reduce the wait time for buses. This will be a significant improvement, and one that I know that will be welcomed by our riders. So while we have a plan for the future, bringing in buses over the next 9 and 12 months, we recognize that there's a present goal need, and we want to make sure that we're addressing that need. And we're going to address that need by continuing to refurbish our buses. Next slide. All right, so this is the trolleys. You know, everybody's excited about them. If you have been on Instagram or TikTok or any of those things, you've probably seen videos or clips from our trolley service. What you see in this video is our safety test we were doing for our braking system. I am happy to announce that our trolley team has done an excellent job and that we were able to pass this braking system test, which was a huge step in getting these trolleys back out. We are currently doing additional testing because we want to make sure that when these trolleys get back out on the line, they are safe and they are reliable. So we're doing some system integration testing literally as we speak. We've also submitted the 180-day notice to TDOT. That has been submitted to them, which should allow for us to return these trolleys to the track in the fall of 2026. There's still work to be done along this. There's still work to be done by our trolley team, but we wanted to report that we are certainly moving in the right direction. Next slide. One of the promises we made when we started this journey 9 months ago is that we would improve shelters and that we would improve signage. On the shelters, what we've done is we've created a QR code where individuals can tell us where they want to see shelters, where they believe a need is, allowing for our community partners and for our riders to have input. People have responded to this, and based on that response, those responses, based on some legal requirements, we have installed 16 shelters to date, which is significant. It's more shelters than probably installed in years. We also have 2 that are in progress, and our goal is to do about 2 to 3 a month. We want to do this throughout our system. We are exploring opportunities with our corporate partners to offset some of these costs. We've gotten really good feedback on that, and we recognize, again, as a community, as a company, the shelters are important, and so we've made them a priority. Next slide. We don't want to simply stop with improving shelters. We also recognize this signage. We set out an ambitious goal some time ago to do about 100 signs. In March, we did 120. And through that process, we realized that not only did we need to replace signs, but we needed to look at making our signs more helpful, more useful. So our communications team, along with our compliance team and other partners within our company, worked on tirelessly and created the sign that you see in front of you. That sign is clearly an upgrade from what we did before. It's useful. It tells you which route would be at that stop. It gives you a QR code. It gives you the number. We've done an excellent job. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we've also met with our community partners, some who are here today, to help us in designing this sign and thinking through this process. So I want to thank them for meeting with us, Micah for being part of the solution. We meet monthly now, and those meetings have gone really well. So I appreciate their efforts. Next sign, please. To me, this is really the highlight of MATA. And quite frankly, it doesn't get enough coverage. It doesn't get enough attention. But MATA Plus provides significant services to, in many cases, our aging and disabled population. As you can see, we have a 96% on-time performance rate. Customer satisfaction is 4.7. Individuals can literally book rides through MATA Plus online using our app that is very useful and user-friendly. We believe in this service. We want to make sure that we continue to get people to doctor's appointments and other needed services. So we are in the process of procuring an additional 24 vans to help provide that service, to help with some constraints, capacity constraints, and to make sure that any of our citizens who meet the qualifications for this program can use it. So our Mata Plus team has done a great job, and I appreciate their work and efforts. In the thought of planning for the future, this is our version of Uber and Lyft, Groove and Ready. These are microtransit services that we are looking or evaluating expanding both in North Memphis and in South Memphis. As you can see, these services will help get people to jobs and other locations that they need to go to within these zones. We are hopeful that these will be evaluated over the next month and then rolled out during the fourth quarter. The cost for Ready is actually free. It was free before free fare, and it continues to be free. And Groove is approximately $1.25. It's a very affordable services that we want to expand to make sure that our riders have options when they're trying to determine the best way to travel within our city. Next slide, please. We talked a little bit about this during our last meeting, the need to hire additional employees, hire additional operators to be competitive within the Memphis recruiting market, and we've done just that. Out of the total operators we need to effectively run our services, 155, we've hired 88% of those, which is about 134 employees. So we're on the right path. We're doing hiring blitzes every Wednesday. So if you're interested in working for Mata, looking for a job, we're hiring. Those hiring blitzes are held at our Levy facility, and you can also apply online. Next slide. One of the things that's always important, always at the front of our minds, is making sure that our riders, our passengers are safe. Over the last 9 months, we've met with multiple community activists, riders. I've done it myself. I often go down to Hudson and other locations. And one of the concerns was safety and how can we help make those areas safer. So we've done just that. Our safety team, led by Chief Watson, has instituted 129 route checks. So basically random searches of buses to make sure that not only our operators are safe, but also our riders, our passengers are safe. We also now have allocated resources to have safety specialists at Hudson full-time throughout the day. So if individuals have concerns, they can raise those concerns to them. We're hiring again in this location. We're hiring for safety specialists. So if anyone's interested, please go online and apply. Next slide. All right, so this part, to many people, has little to do with transit, but to me has everything to do with it. Our job as Mata is to serve, and I think we can serve in multiple ways. At Hudson, we have space. At other areas, we have space. We recognized one Thursday, myself and the communications lead, Ms. Hartley, that children were just sitting around. They didn't have anything to do. So working with our community partners that you see up here, Urban Child Institute and others, we've created these pinwheel playrooms. We give out about 160 books per month. I think that's fundamental. I think it's a great way for us to serve outside of just providing rides. So I appreciate our community partners and everybody internally at Mata who's participated and helped us make this dream a reality of helping children have access to reading. Next slide. All right, so how are we measuring success moving forward? Developing and retaining our workforce. Our workforce is at the core of the services that we provide, so we're investing in them, developing them, and providing them with opportunities to excel and grow within their job. The second bullet point is self-explanatory. We have to do a better job of delivering reliable services. Our mission isn't done. Our job isn't finished. We recognize there is room to grow, right? That's why we're ordering more buses. That's why we're training more people. We recognize the need to improve, and we are taking steps every single day to resolve that issue. The next one is customer service. We've invested in our customer service team. We recognize that there's more investment that needs to happen. We've expanded that team. We're also working with some AI tools to help enhance the information they have and the information that's available to our consumers. Next slide, please. I want to thank this council for your continued investment in transit, for the calls, for the effort that you all have certainly put into this system. I'd like to thank our mayor, and I'd like to thank all of our community advocates and our operators. Please continue to tell us where we can be better. Continue to use the QR code and our customer and complaint lines. We review that information. We use it as surveys so we know what we're doing well and where we need to improve. And finally, but certainly not least, I'd like to thank the MATA team who's working tirelessly to make this service better. I see you, the community sees you, and we appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Holmes. Let the record show that Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Canale, Councilman Spinoza has joined us. We have one. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you want to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Attorney Holmes, Frederick, for being very consistent. First of all, being compassionate. You walked into a chaotic mess for over decades, and I know that it's going to take some time. And so those of them that is wanting a miracle, I believe in miracles happening, but this has been going on for decades. I heard you say something, and it kind of raised my eyebrows a little bit, that you are in constant contact with Micah. You all are meeting on a monthly basis. Is that correct? Are you all talking?
We have. So for the last few months, we've met pretty regularly. When I first started, we met pretty regularly. There was a little gap in there, but we do have monthly meetings. We started those back, and they've been good community partners.
Okay, because they sent us a few questions, and I think that you've covered those questions in your presentation. I didn't hear much about the financial part, and I don't think that's probably where we probably need to talk about it. I think we need to leave that to your financial, what do you call it?
So Mr. Davis is our fiscal
Your
trustee.
fiscal trustee.
He was just appointed a couple weeks ago,
Yes.
so we want to
give him some
to
time. That is my next suggestion. I want to give you some time to get in there and to see where we are and everything. But I just wanted to say thank you. Your partnership, to hear that your partnership is with Micah is good, and I'm glad that it's open and you all are talking, trying to get a solution done. And trying to get something resolved. But this is not, when I hear and when I see, you have done a tremendous job. Because at first we were in the blind and we didn't know anything. So we thank you for all the hard work that you're doing and for being transparent with us. Because I don't think that I would have even known half of the stuff that was going on that you've revealed and all the work that is now coming. There are some questions on here about some buses, and I think that you've already responded to that. You've already answered that. They wanted to know, how many buses were coming in. We're working on that. You've gotten buses in and some more buses to come. So I just wanted to say thank you, thank Micah and your partnership for collaborating, because they're the community voice. And hopefully one day, whether I'm here or not, that we will have an amazing transit system, and it will not be just labeled as a poor man's transportation. That everyone in the city, where I come from and where I've been and where I've lived and many other places, that transit was everyone in the city's means of transportation. So that's my prayer and my hope to see one day here in Memphis. So thank you again, and your team. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else want to speak? Okay.
If I may take just a moment, I know that the schedule is tight, but just a quick update on what we've done from a financial standpoint already. We have implemented controls for review processes as well as sign-offs. We have had meetings in person to discuss not only the cash flow, but the budgeting process as well. So although everyone knows it's been 2 weeks, we hit the ground running. I take this responsibility as a great opportunity to help improve MATA and the transportation system, and I am very excited about being able to do that. And like I said, we hit the ground running and would not expect there to be any slowdown.
Thank you. Yeah, go right ahead, Chair.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to know, how long will the fares be free?
Indefinitely.
Is it indefinitely?
Yeah, so great question. I think that the fares are free today. We continue to evaluate it, and I am hopeful over the next 45 days to reach that decision. I will tell you that the early numbers for our fares have been great. Ridership's up anywhere from 26 to 30%. We recognize that there's some things that we need to look at, improve. We're looking at some social workers to bring on board to help with some of those issues related to unhoused individuals and other things. But overall, it's been an incredible impact. We've put over $1.8 million back in the community by providing this service. So I think it's been a positive for our community, overwhelmingly.
Are you able to do that because of a grant? How are you able to do
Well, what happens is the individuals who otherwise would pay to ride the bus, they're able to use that money and keep that money to pay for groceries, to pay for food, to pay for other living expenses that they have. If you look at the data, it shows you the individuals who ride our buses, that money circulates within their communities. So from that perspective, it's been certainly a positive all around. Again, it's not a perfect system, but it's been very good. And a lot of people thank us for that opportunity to be able to save $30, $40 a month versus having to pay it out.
That's great. Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Attorney, for all the hard work that you've done. Continue. We've moved forward. We've done quite a few different things, and we're not through right now. Okay? Mayor, before you go out, I just got to recognize, hey, we have our mayor here with us. Is there anything you want to say? Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, just you. Come on. Thank you very much, yeah. Okay. Let the record show that Councilwoman White has joined us. And that's about it. No other questions? Anyone? All right. Thank everybody for coming today. And this committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Say anything before we go?
Yes.
Hand it over.
Just in general, we're missing most of our council members. I just wanted them to be aware in the back that, we've done this. And we're missing most of our council members. I just wanted them to hear in the back that the group violence intervention plan has been really important and part of lowering our murder rate, particularly around our kids who are killing each other. We've got interveners on the ground. We have the police that has been involved with this. We have the mayor's committee that we're going to get a report on today. And I just want to see where we are and let us know what our plans are for the future.
Thank you, sir. Okay. The floor is yours.
Tamika Williams, Director of the Joint Office on the city side, Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, address 125 North Main.
Colonel Tara Gates, Memphis Police Department, Organized Crime Unit, 225 Channel 3 Drive.
Okay, so I think we're going to put the presentation back up, but we're just going to try to give more of an in-depth overview of what the gun violence reduction initiative looks like. We had to do some restructuring with the GVIP program. So right now, we're going to talk about new names, how those things work. I think we've given a presentation about 3 months ago on just what the gun violence reduction initiative is, but I want to remind everyone today that it is a comprehensive strategy that pulls in law enforcement and the community orgs that we're working with to do two strategies. One is a people-based strategy called 901 Peace. The other is a place-based strategy called Code Zero. You're probably familiar with Code Zero because it was here before the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative. It is led by MPD. But we've had great strides in just restructuring because we started with a gun problem analysis done by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform. They came in, they used data from MPD that was between 2022 and 2024 to identify who's driving the crime and who's most likely to be susceptible to the crime. And so when we look at gun crime, we know that there's approximately 800 individuals that are very high risk to be a suspect or to be a victim, and they need intensive life coaching. So our first steps with GVRI was to establish 901 Peace to be the people-based strategy to identify the individuals that are most at risk so that we can provide services, especially if they're not what we call in enforcement and not being targeted because they've done something wrong. Let's go to the next slide. So in the 901 Peace strategy, you have the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and you have Colonel Gates' team, which is the MGU, which is the gang unit. We're actually performing these custom notifications to individuals on a regular basis, on a daily basis, especially after a shooting has occurred. We're making sure that we're going and seeing those people in person, and we're vetting and making sure that they meet 4 of the 6 criteria that were set by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform. When we look at how do you identify someone that is very high risk, we use national-based standards because we wanted to make sure people understood that we have a lot of prevention programs. We have a lot of orgs here in Memphis and Shelby County that are willing to do the work to make sure people are supported and their youth are supported. But when we looked at our crime, we found that the average age of a victim was around 30 years old, and we had to look at the suspects as well, and that average age was well over 18. So if we only targeted youth interventions or youth prevention services, we would only target about 9.6% of our violent crime. So for us, that means that we do need to shift a bit. So with GVRI and 901 Peace, most of our clientele are over the age of 18, but there are some times that can vary and become youth depending on if they meet those other criteria. Code Zero is the place-based strategy. Today, we're going to talk more about the people-based strategy. Code Zero, like I said, is led by MPD. It's more to stabilize neighborhoods, to do operations to remove illegal guns and weapons. Colonel Gates' team does a great job of those things. But for the civilian-based side, 901 Peace is where we would stay today. Let's go to the next slide. So what's the overall goal? So the overall goal is to actually use every piece of city department that we have to target public safety. When we look at MPD, we know what they do. We look at fire, you know what they do. But when you look at community violence intervention, which has been there since the beginning of time, the community has always been the ones to make sure that the people were okay. They've always been the ones that are closest to, hey, putting their hands on someone and saying, hey, what do you need? How can I help you? But for a very long time, it wasn't categorized as public safety. It wasn't viewed as being a part of the solution. But with GVRI, they are the center of the solution. So when we look at the goal is to utilize everyone's strengths to make sure that we're not only targeting those that need enforcement, but those that need supportive services as well to stop the cycles that we know have been going on for decades. Next slide, please. So a couple of the focus areas that we work on. So what I want to do today is kind of shift the narrative. So I know when you all request a meeting, normally you're asking for GVIP, but the civilian side of the program now is called 901 Peace. Colonel Gates is going to talk a little bit more about GVIP. They kept GVIP, which is MPD, as the gun violence intervention program. But when we look at 901 Peace, I'm going to start in the middle. We're looking at how do we make supportive services to those that are referred to us from GVIP, that are referred to us from shooting reviews and from MPD. But there's other ways that we can identify those. You have hospitals. We work with HVIPs, LeBonner, and Regional 1. You also work with courts and TDOC because we can get referrals in from those entities as well to make sure that we know who's being released or who's being held. You also have schools that we can get referrals from. And so what we do is have a lot of coordination in the meetings on a weekly basis to actually see who are we needing to really target, how do we make sure that they're supported no matter where they are, and to actually move them through what we call life coaching, which is a 12 to 18-month intensive process. And so we use community partners to actually do this work. The three that we're working with now are Memphis Allies, 901 Block Squad, and Heal 901. And so we meet on a weekly basis after the shooting review to make sure that we're knowing exactly who we should be working with, but how we should be working with them. So I'm going to back up to GVIP. So now when you say GVIP, you're really talking about MPD. MPD has 3 liaisons that are embedded into the gang unit. And so those 3 liaisons are assigned to the 9 precincts, each having 3 each. And so what they do is once the shooting has occurred, they get the call out and then they are able to call our team meaning the joint office. The joint office serves as a buffer, if you would, for what community organizations need to do and what law enforcement need to do. One of the things we knew coming into this work was that we never want to interrupt anyone's relationship with the community and make it seem like they were doing more with police than they would need to be doing. And so the joint office serves as that buffer that can go out with MPD, get a lot of the intel, talk to people, make sure they understand the services that are coming, and then relay that information back over to the community partners. So GVIP itself is still active. It is just MPD now. One of the other things I wanted to update you all on is the Safer Communities Grant and the Safer Shelby Summer Nights. So as you know, the joint office is a combined initiative. So you have the city of Memphis side and you have the county side. And so we both managed this year funds from both the city and the county to reduce what we call gun violence in the entire ecosystem. So when you think about the entire ecosystem that it takes to wrap your arms around someone that is struggling, and especially because of gun violence, you look at reentry, crisis services, HVIP, school-based reentry, neighborhood stabilization, all the things that we think should be in that, we really have in Memphis. And so our job was to actually have those discovery meetings, find those entities, and find a way to include them in what we call the comprehensive public safety ecosystem. Currently, for Safer Communities, which is wrapping up next month for FY26, we've funded 43 initiatives, and that totaled about $600,000. Safer Shelby Summer Nights was a county initiative that was really new this past year. We heard about the teen takeovers. We heard about cities that were in distress and not knowing where teens were going to pop up and the things that happened. We had a couple things happen here, right? And so the county took a lead in making sure that for the month of June that they had teen nights. So every night in June, the county funded a night where an org could host an event for about $4,500 that they got to host that event, and it was free to teens. And so parents came back and told us, you know, it was a really good event because for the entire month, it saved them some money for their teen going out. We had everything from them going to Top Golf to them going out to equine therapy at the horse range. So there were some community-led events that we think we want to continue next year, just to make sure that teens have a safe space and a productive place to really have fun. They do need it. It just needs to be more structured. And they did take advantage of it, so that was good. The last thing, the possibility. So we know that one of the questions that we normally have here is about funding, right? And so we know that the visa funding that we do have with MPD will sunset in June of 2027. And so, but it's there right now. But we have been very aggressive in trying to find underfunding so that those gaps don't fall, just like what happened with ARPA. And so we've applied for the OCJP mental health supports for youth funding. We've asked for some amendments for VSIF, but we will have to wait and see what the state says about that. We've applied for CVI-PI funding for about the tune of about $2 million. And then we've applied, of course, for Congressman Cohen's appropriation funds, which were approved for Pure Academy and Heal 901 in particular in the ecosystem for about a little over $1 million. And so they'll be getting that funding really soon. We've submitted the applications, and so there's other funding that is coming. We're also, of course, aggressively attempting to apply for the Model Cities Initiative that will encompass, once again, not only MPD funding, but funding for the Joint Office and funding for CVI strategies as well. And one thing that will be coming out, but I wanted to go ahead and start for you all, will be the Community Justice Index. They do a violence prevention index. They score 100 cities. And when we came into the office in 2024, we learned about 2023 score, which Memphis scored 20 out of 100. That meant that those cities, or our city, they felt like wasn't putting money towards the public safety initiatives that it really needs to help people thrive. But what we found is that there were a lot of gaps in where contracts were, where funding was, making sure that things are public for national organizations such as this to actually find. And so our office took the initiative to help them locate a lot of the things that not only the city was funding, but the county was funding as well. Last year, we were able to improve that score to a 45 out of 100. That was really huge for us because in the state of Tennessee, I don't think a lot of other cities made growth. And this year, we've participated in the scoring again, and we'll see about a 70 to 75 for the scoring. So just know the funding is going where it needs to be. We're actually putting a lot of things into perspective, making a lot of merges, trying to reduce a lot of silos so that we actually do this thing together. And I think when you all see those things and see what's still missing, we can have the conversation about what's still to come, but we've made great strides. Next slide, please. So Colonel Gates is going to give you a little bit of an overview of what happens in the shooting review and how that process works. But just keep in mind, this is the first step that we go through because law enforcement has to take care of what they have to take care of first.
So each week, MPD and our violence reduction partners, we come together in the same room and we discuss 4 things. We discuss what happened, who's at risk, what action needs to be taken, and who needs intervention. During this meeting, we have our non-fatal shoot team, of course, 901 Peace, the Shelby County District's Office, Juvenile Court, Probation and Parole, Victim Services, FBI. In this room, we want to make sure that we answer those questions and that we don't leave the room with unanswered, with things that have been that haven't been answered. So, for instance, if there's a shooting and there's a juvenile, maybe a victim or suspect, and we discover that juvenile is not enrolled in school, so we have juvenile court in that room so that we can answer that question as to why this juvenile is not enrolled in school. Next slide. So the meeting is on the beginning. Following the shooting review, MPD continues their criminal investigations. We share information across all the specialized units within MPD and those outside agencies. Our GVI liaisons, they go out and they do additional outreach. They do knock and talks. They knock on doors to see, kind of determine what the chatter is in the streets. They gather that intelligence, then they reach out to Tamika's team, 901 Peace, and together they go out as a team and they do that custom notification to determine what type of services the families need, whether the victims need services, whether there's a suspect that's been arrested. Some of these individuals that are arrested, once they're released from 201 Poplar, if they've been incarcerated, we turn them over to Tamika's team and we still offer them services to make sure that they're not rearrested or that they don't become a victim or a suspect again at a different shooting. So our goal is to make sure that our team makes the same with Tamika's team and that we are delivering that credible message as to we're here to help you. We have these resources we want to offer you. We would like for you to take these resources, but if you don't and you go out and you pick up a gun and you commit another shooting, then you're going to meet with us on the MPD side, and that message is going to be a different message, it's going to be a different conversation in a different setting. Next slide. Here are some of our GVI year-to-date stats. Our 3 GVI liaisons, as Director Williams stated, we have 3. Year-to-date, they've made 48 rapid response call-outs, which meaning if there's a shooting, there's a homicide, if there's a shooting that could have a gang nexus, those liaisons respond to those scenes in real time to determine why the shooting occurred and if there's possible retaliation, if someone's likely to pick up a gun and retaliate. We've done 62 intervention engagements, which means they've gone out and did knock and talks to kind of discover why the shooting occurred and to determine if we need to bring 901 Peace back with us to do a custom notification. Year to date, we've done 185 custom notifications with 901 Peace. We've done 21 court referrals, and we've made 38 arrests, on the scene arrests on some of these shootings. Next slide. You see here, these are the 9 stations. We have 3 liaisons. Each liaison is assigned to 3 stations. Year to date, we've done 51 custom notifications in Airway Station, 45 in Rain Station, 33 in Crump Station, and 19 in Austin Peace Station. We've done a total of 185, and on the next slide, you will see that the precincts that have had the most shootings, we've done the most notifications, and we've seen a significant decrease in non-fatal shootings. Year to date, for 2025, Airway Station they had 173 non-fatal shootings. Year to date, 2026, they've had 101 with a decrease in 72 shootings. Rains 2025 had 140 non-fatal shootings. Year to date this year, they've had 91 with a decrease of 49. Crump Station saw a decrease of 60. Austin Peace Station saw a decrease in 67 shootings. Those 3 stations are where we spent the most time so far year to date, and we've seen the biggest decrease in non-fatal shootings. 2025, we had a total of 1,073 non-fatal shootings. Year to date, we've only had 633. We saw a decrease, 440, 41% non-fatal shootings. Next slide.
So back over to me. So when we look at 901 Peace data metrics, we're looking to reduce, of course, with Colonel Gates and her team leading some of these things, a reduction in homicides, 10% from the previous year. Right now, we're at about a 44. Non-fatal shootings, a decrease of 38%. When we look at the clearance rate as well, we're well above where the clearance rate should normally is in cities for homicides. But I think what we've tried to do is make sure that regardless of what happens, that we can maintain those gains that we've had. And then the clearance rate for non-fatal shootings at 30% with a goal of 35%. So still a little work to do there. 901 Peace, the civilian side, working with MPD has served about 21 different zip codes going to do custom notifications or IEs. To bring a little perspective to that, custom notifications are when MPD and 901 Peace team members go out together to meet an individual, and intervention engagement is when we go alone. So sometimes MPD goes by themselves, sometimes we go by ourselves. It just depends on who's comfortable talking to who, or if there's a situation where we know they need everyone to be there at their front door. The very high-risk individuals identified, 93. I think that's pretty decent, knowing that we will be 6 months old with this program tomorrow. So in 6 months, we've identified 93 very high-risk individuals. I think this is important because one of the things GVIP struggled with was identifying people that really needed to have that intervention versus just seeing any and everybody. So these are people who've been vetted that meet that very high-risk criteria. We have 77 active participants. The organizations that I mentioned earlier, their job is to actually go out and relentlessly pursue and engage with these individuals at least 3 times in person per week. They've done 861 of those contacts with individuals. Their reach rate is 90%, which means that we're able to actually go out, find individuals, and meet them and put our hands on them. We know where they are. Enrolled in life coaching, 36. The number is smaller, but I will say with very high-risk individuals, it is not always an easy ask for them to really want to change something that has been, a routine in their life. But for them to actually still be participating and wanting to talk to someone, we definitely feel that it's working. And the overall goal is that the rearrest rate for gun offenses goes down, right? And so right now we're at 15 rearrests, but only 6 of those have been for gun offenses. We do tell people they're not obligated to take up 901 piece. You're not obligated to sign up for any program, but we do want to make sure that they understand that violence will not be tolerated. And ultimately, we just want you to stop the violence. If you take the services, that's the plus. So the overall goal for us is just to work together, that all of us have a role to play in what we know as public safety, and that we share the accountability as well as the wins. I'm here for any questions you have.
Thank you for that presentation. Dr. Warren?
Thank you. What organizations are in 901 Peace and who pays them?
So you have Block Squad, you have Heal 901, and you have Memphis Allies.
And who gets the most money out of those 3?
So who pays them is VSIF, that's the Violent Crime Intervention Fund. Who gets the most money is Heal 901.
Heal 901 gets the most money, and then Block 901. And is Heal 901 Memphis Allies?
No, Heal 901 is his own nonprofit.
No nonprofit. And how did you get the money to pay them? Is that in our city budget, or is that a grant thing? If it's a grant thing, is there some requirement that these organizations have to provide you with information before they can get paid? And what's the lag time from the time they see someone before they get paid for it?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned this last time too, but if you want to get in the weeds of the funding, we need to have the Violent Crime Intervention Fund director and their team here.
And we need to do that.
That is through MPD. But what I will say is that, yes, there are requirements from the state that says that, hey, you have to provide these things to be eligible to even get Violent Crime Intervention Fund money. Those things were decided around 2023, 2024, when the first grant cycle happened. It is a grant. It is from the state. It is from OCJP.
So, okay, let's stop there. So we've got the state giving us a grant with requirements of what we have to do. And I think what I'm concerned about is the people who are on the ground that did the 800 interventions that were there. I think those were the Memphis Allies, Block 901, and Peace 901 were the ones doing those, the majority. They're not on any sort of regular budget where they can count on money coming in because, one, it's grants, so we have to get grants for it. Is this something that we need to have in our budget so we don't have all of a sudden they don't get paid for 3 weeks and they go on furlough? So we have things going on in the community that they're not providing you information for because they're not getting paid to do it, or they're doing it for free. So that's what I'm hearing, and I'm wondering what's our plan for that, and how much would it cost for us to actually put them in the budget so we don't have to worry about grants. We get grants and we use grants everywhere else, but we have them in the budget. So these people out there doing this sort of dangerous work, going out, trying to make sure they they get you information you need in a way that can prevent a crime, and they keep a kid from going and doing something, or a young adult from doing it. How do we make sure we pay them? So I guess I would like, if possible, you could bring us what that would cost us as a council to make sure they're in the budget on a regular basis as part of the city budget. You know, do you have any general idea how much that would cost us if they were in the budget and we didn't have to wait, and that way they could be assured of getting paid?
No, so right
You don't have
now,
any idea how much that would cost?
So for about each of them, maybe about $500,000 a year.
$500,000 a
yeah,
year.
But that depends on how many very high risk individuals we need to identify. What I think we have.
Are
to
they
have
identifying other people and in the community, and they know people that aren't in your organization's database? Are they dealing with people that you don't know about?
Yes.
Okay, so if they're out there dealing with people you don't know about, is that helpful? Because they're stopping.
Only if you make the referral. So if you're not making the referral to 901 Peace, then we don't know they exist. And right now, the organizations haven't been very forthcoming with providing that information.
Why are they not being forthcoming? Do you have any idea?
No, but I'm sure they could tell you. I'm not sure.
Okay, I've asked that question. I think some of it is that they're working someone who is not really wanting to get into the program yet, but they're still out there trying to make sure they're not killing people or killing other people, or it being in part of the shooting team. And if you look at this violence intervention data work, that's really part of the work, to have a group of people that are out there that can communicate with people, and they don't necessarily have to get in your database. So what this is missing, the program is missing the funding.
We have X.
You know,
to refer
but,
into the
but I
program.
understand, but what I'm saying is that person doesn't want to be referred yet. So if they don't want to be referred yet and they're still doing that work, we're not paying for that. Because until the person agrees to be referred, that doesn't mean they don't need to be worked on. And these groups are the ones working on them, correct?
Work on anybody, because if we can't verify that that person is very high risk, you could be serving any and every one.
Okay, so you're saying you don't trust the people who are out there that you're working with because you don't think that they're actually doing the job. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, I'm saying I trust a system, and we've set a system up.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying about the system? There's some people don't want in that system yet. And if you look at how this works,
but you
and
can't
read
go to a school system and tell them you don't want to sign up for a class.
This isn't a school system. This is people with guns shooting each other.
You have to verify.
These are people committing crimes that are dangerous. So it's not like we're getting people in kindergarten we want to register.
You have to verify who you're working with, Councilman.
Again, so that's the point I'm trying to make. You verified who your partners are, and you don't want to pay them, and they're doing work out there, and they're gradually trying to get the people in that you can see, and we don't have a way to pay them. So, colleagues, I think that's part of the problem with the way this system is set up right now, is there are high-risk people out there that our interveners are working with, and they're not being paid to do it because they won't turn their names in because the people haven't given permission for them to do that yet. So I think that's an issue.
Well, I think we can meet more about this offline. Councilwoman Logan, please keep in mind we're well past
Thank you. I just want us to be aware these guys aren't getting paid, and when they don't get paid, we have problems with the murder rate going up. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
So, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that note as well. Previously we had a situation in dealing with homelessness where we have an organization that is like the clearinghouse or the gatekeeper, whatever you want to call it. It's an organization that is recognized, but there are boots on the ground that they work with. And my question was initially when we were dealing with Chair, the homeless situation, why can't we give the money directly to the boots on the ground, the agencies that are dealing with it? And we were told that there has to be an agency, like a fiscal agent or some agent that receives it and accounts for it, and then they give to those groups. This sounds like the same thing. The people that are on the ground doing the work are not getting that are doing direct services, but are not getting the money directly. and there seems to be a disconnect in that regard. How do we resolve that to ensure that they get the monies that they need to do what they're getting paid to do without being compromised or without compromising people that work with them, but yet you get your data? How does that's kind of what I've seen and wanted to talk about. You need the data, you need the process and the procedures, but they need the actual dollars to adequately do the work. And their work is what's really keeping the crime down in conjunction with what your office does. So how do we reconcile that part? And, pardon me? Yeah. And Chief, you may have some input or insight on that as well, because I know you all get money as well. But we definitely want to make sure that the people that are out here risking their lives and doing the work, getting the money they need to keep their doors open, to keep training their people, to keep interrupting this, crime that's out here and continue it going down. We were going down before we got the help, but once the help leaves, we still need those boots on the ground as well. So, and
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. So I'm just going to quickly put some history. Previously, if you all remember, 901 block and I want to say maybe even Hill 901, monies were put in previous administration in the police department, a certain amount, $800,000 or whatever annually. So once we stopped putting that money in the police department and we established, I think it was under Jimmy Johnson when he was over the operation, money was put in another sort of bucket for 901 block and the other individuals. A lot of that money was ARPA money that helped pay our interveners. We decided when we had the VSIF opportunity, instead of us just buying law enforcement equipment and paying for overtime, we decided to put 901 block and Hill 901 in the VSIF grant application. They put together a scope of work that they would do. However, the kick to that is that it's a reimbursable grant, and that is hard to do. So that means that individuals who receive any money from the state, we don't have control of the purse strings. It's the state. Any monies that are dispersed from the state have to be reimbursed. So some of our sub-recipients, including, some other 501c3s, they could not pay that money up front and get reimbursed. So we don't have the ability to just help with, as much as we like to be able to help with salaries and all of the other things. The grant wasn't written that way for us to be able to do it. We've had several conversations with the state to see if they would change those stipulations, and they will not. So some of our sub-grant recipients had to fall off. People who were actually awarded grants from, that particular fund weren't able to do the reimbursement piece. And I think that's a struggle also for our other street interveners as well. And I've had conversations with our council member about that. So now that we have the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety, which is sort of an umbrella that could help facilitate that through the city, there would have to be some allocated funds for them to be able to support those groups.
how do we make sure that they're, and I know we got to move on, but how do we, and we can circle back if we need to, Chairman? Yes. If we need to circle back and have them come back and talk about that? Okay.
And Mr. Chair, that was why I brought this up, because I thought we needed to know this. There's a problem here. We need to circle back and think about it.
Sure. Any other questions? Thank you all for being here today. Please let the record reflect that Walker, Ford Sr., and Logan joined us. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is 2:55 p.m. Tuesday, August 4th, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Dearborn, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Ford Sr. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Carlisle.
President, the chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 4 items on today's agenda. We've got 3 reports on a debt 2 reports on debt obligations, which we're going to take first, and then we'll go back to the resolution of the reissuing. And we'll just knock those out real quick, and then we'll finish up, time permitting, with an update on motor vehicle registration fees. So that being said, we'll take items 2 and 3 back to back. Chief Davis. Director Walker, the floor is yours when you are ready. Let me just read these. Let me read them in the record. Item number 2, a report on debt obligation for the $9 million sewer treatment and collection fund, interfund capital outlay note, Series 2026B, all council districts requested by the administration. Item number 3, a report on debt obligation for the $28 million sewer treatment and collection fund, interfund capital outlay note, Series 2026A, all council districts requested by the administration. These are typically required in the issuances. Again, the floor is yours.
Art Davis, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. To report on the $9 million debt obligation, this was an interfund capital loan. The transaction was closed on June 29th in the amount of $9 million. The borrowing fund is the sewer treatment and collection fund. The lending fund was the debt service, and the note matures in 2028. Because this loan was funded from debt service fund, there is no interest on this loan. Before I move to the next one, is there any questions? Okay. The report on the $28 million interfund capital outlay loan, it was closed on June 29th. And the borrowing fund, again, was the sewer treatment and collection fund, with the lending fund being the stormwater fund. Tennessee law requires interest when restricted prize funds are loaned to another fund through interfund borrowing, and the state law provides that interest rate must equal the highest rate earned by the lending fund on its investment as of the closing date. Based on those requirements, the interest charge is 3.761%. There are interest and debt payments made June 30th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Any questions?
Colleagues, any questions? Please let the record flow. Record reflect Councilwoman Logan has joined us. No questions? All right. We are going to move on, and this is going to require a motion for approval, and it is a resolution of the Council of the City of Memphis approving and authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of the maximum aggregate principal amount not to exceed the $350 million in one or more series City of Memphis, Tennessee General Improvement Refunding Bond Series 2026 for the purpose of refunding certain specific maturities of the city's outstanding general obligation debt and funding the costs related therewith. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Warren. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We are seeking authorization for the General Improvement Refunding Bond Series 2026. Next slide, please. The purpose of the transaction is straightforward. It's to refinance existing debt when market conditions provide savings to the city. This is not a request for new spending or for funding for new projects. The resolution authorizes the issuance of up to $350 million in refunding bonds. It also approves the legal documents as to form, those including the refunding trust agreement, the bond purchase agreement, and the preliminary official statement. The refunding plan has been reviewed by the Tennessee Comptroller's Division of Local Government Finance. The Comptroller expressed no concerns and approved our request to use a negotiated sale and approved the use of a balloon indebtedness if necessary. It's important to emphasize that this authorization provides flexibility. It does not require that every eligible bond series must be refunded. Only those that produce measurable savings. Next slide, please. The resolution authorizes the potential refunding of bonds issued in 2010, 2016, and 2018. However, based on the current market conditions, only a portion of the Series 2018 bonds is expected to generate savings. There we go. Completing the financing through a negotiated sale provides greater flexibility to respond to changing market conditions and helps maximize the potential savings. The city will sell the Series 2026 bonds to an underwriting team headed by Raymond James, with TD Financial Products and Blaylock Van LLC serving as co-managers. Next slide, please. Here you can see the preliminary sources and uses of the funds based on the market conditions as of July 28th. The current estimates reflect a par value of approximately $72 million. Virtually all of the proceeds will be deposited into escrow to retire the refunded bonds. The remaining funds cover the estimated $660,500 issuance cost. Of course, these figures could change based on market conditions when we go to sell. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of the estimated financial benefits of the transactions. The bonds to be refunded currently carry an average interest rate of approximately 4.13%. We estimate that the true interest cost on the new bonds will be 3.25%, resulting in an estimated savings of $2.13 million. Next slide, please. And finally, this slide outlines the anticipated schedule. The resolution is scheduled for full council consideration on August 18th. Subject to your approval, we anticipate conducting rating presentations on August 19th, pricing the bonds in early September, closing later that month, and presenting the final reports to council in October. I want to say again that this transaction represents an opportunity to reduce the debt service cost and nothing more. We will only proceed if the savings are meaningful, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton have joined, and Councilwoman White, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chief Davis, first question is, so it looks like the refunding amount would be about $72 million, $71.97 million. What's the, what's the explanation for the request of up to $350 million versus what we're trying to refund in terms of the $72 million?
So the 350 is the full amount if the market were to change and allow us to refund all of those series in the 2010, 16, and 18. But
you said the 2010?
Yes.
16, well, I thought the 10 and the 16, or I guess that's depending on market conditions.
Right. Today, it's only the 2018, but that could change. That's why we're asking for the authorization. Should it change again? When we began doing this in March, there were a lot more savings that were going to be able to be done, but through all of the things that are happening around the world, that has narrowed that. So should things change positively, we would like to have the opportunity to take advantage of that instead of delaying further.
Which leads to my next question. Do we have kind of a minimum benefit threshold as to determine when or not it's feasible to proceed with the refunding? And then the next question after that, which kind of goes with that one, is that it looks like it's going to be about $2.1 million in savings. Is that including the the cost, the closing costs and all of that, or is that in addition to?
No, that includes the cost that we would have to do that. And so is there a minimum threshold? We're going to look at the total package whenever we're making the decision, not only the savings on the bonds themselves, but out of the cost. And so that $2.1 million includes the cost, the $660.
And so I guess maybe I didn't ask that question right. So is it $2.14 million savings less the $600,000, or is that already calculated into the 2.1?
It's already calculated into that.
Got it. And then I guess what I'm asking in terms of a minimum threshold is do you all have a number, or is there some threshold that you all use internally to say that we'll only proceed if it has this percentage of benefit, or is it any slight benefit that you all would still move forward? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO. So, City Council adopted many years ago a debt policy. In that debt policy, it states that the city can refinance bonds for savings. Generally speaking, about $1 million is what we usually target, at least $1 million in savings, or 3%. Those are general targets, but the policy itself allows the city to move forward with a refunding for reasons other than economic development or other than economic savings. For example, we may want to get rid of certain provisions in an indenture or something like that. We can refund those bonds even though it generates negative savings. But to answer your question, about $1 million is what we normally try to save.
Okay, and I'll make sure that I go back and look at that debt policy as well. Last question is, will this change the maturity date or shift any principle in terms of these? Will that extend it out? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. And no, we will not extend the maturity of any of these bonds. If the refunding bonds mature in 8 years, then the 2006 bonds will also mature in 8 years. We try to match the maturity with maturity.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, we've got Councilman Smiley and Councilman Canale have joined us. The big, we can use that term here, the banker's term. The big liability on there is the $258 million from the 2018 series. And so I guess, really to the question, just what is the sensitivity analysis like that we're looking at now for if you've got $2 million worth of savings, the market's not volatile, but it's not going to go down, and the Fed may not meet. So I guess the good news is it's Andre's office really with their partners, and it's really their partners that are having to spin their wheels and time and resources underwriting it, and they're bringing it to him to say, do you want to do this deal or not? So we're really not out a big opportunity cost when they want to run this process, and the 3% is a good marker. I will be interested to see what happens. I'll say one more thing, and then I'll wrap us up unless somebody else hops in the queue. I've said this before, and I will say it to all the members again. The documents that go along with these bond issuances look very daunting. Most of them are boilerplate for attorneys that I flip through without even looking at because I wouldn't know where to begin. However, towards the back of the document are a series of sections that go over the city's debt obligations, what Wall Street is concerned about, and they don't put emotion into it. They just look at it black and white, like green, period. And if you ever wanted a good, clear summary on where we are financially as the world views us with no emotion, you should read these preliminary offering statements. And they will lay out for you where our problems are and where the opportunities are, plain as day. Now, you don't have to agree with them, but if you've ever wanted an easy place to go look and read, they make it about as easy and summarized as possible, including concerns. And I won't fire everybody up by reading them, but out loud. But they're there for they're public. So preliminary public offering statements. So I would encourage you, if you ever want to go see what's going on with our debt stack or you don't want to have to go to the administration, you don't trust their numbers, whatever it is, or whatever it may be, go read this document in the back half of it. I mean, even in the last page is the comptroller's letter, which can just it summarizes the deal about what basically they're allowing, even if we authorize them, that they can't go anywhere without the comptroller. So I know this is a long diatribe, but I've always found the information in here. I mean, I sat down for about 15, 20 minutes and I feel like I'm refreshed on where we are as a city. Our debt management policy for the unfunded fund balance is 10% of our approved expenditures that year, right? It used to be 8, we moved to 10, the states is 8. I'd forgotten that for a second. And so all of that pieces of information are in there. And it's a very easy document to go get. And so since we just came out of budget and everybody's kind of getting going, I throw that out there. It's a good resource. So with that, any other comments for Chief Davis, Director Walker? Seeing none, we'll take this to a vote. This is for approval. It'll be on in the next meeting. Actually, I'll tell you what. Yeah, we'll take it on for the next meeting. It's a large issuance. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This goes down with a positive recommendation. And now we are on to, if I could ask, Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton, we are an hour and 9 minutes behind. I am more than happy because we were punted later to hear your item. However, if it's okay with you, if we could hear the next meeting to catch everybody back up, but it's your prerogative. Fantastic. If you'll put it as item number 1 next time. And I knew you were, and here's the, I promise, we'll go early. All right, thank you to everybody. We are gonna adjourn the Budget Committee. Man, I love this document. I forget how good.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Canali.
Here.
Chair Spinoza.
Here. Thank you, Gia. All right, we're going to try to get through this. We got Councilman Ford here as well. So we'll try to get through this quick. We're behind, but I think we're going to do it. The goal is 10 minutes. All right, 4 items on the agenda. Item number 1, resolution approving an honorary street name change on East Street between Stage Road and Fairhaven Lane for Pastor Leon Jones Jr., District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by Logan. The request is for same night minutes. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilwoman Ford, seconded by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you, colleagues. Just want your support on honoring this well-deserved leader in our community. He has a plethora of his church has a plethora of programs that really support the community. They've served over 500,000 people with the Memphis Mid-South Food Bank from 2018 to 2026, and they have a program that has served over 1,000 young men every Friday night between 8 and midnight. Over the last 3 years, they've gotten 100 of them with their forklift license, and the list goes on and on and on. So I'd love your support to just really highlight the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Excited to vote yes on this. So any other council members wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll go to a voice vote on this. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Councilwoman. Item number 2, discussion regarding fees for police calls for service at short-term rental properties. We discussed this last week, requested by Spinoza. So originally, real quick, just wanted to make a comment. This was going to be an amendment to the ordinance that will be downstairs for first reading today. We're not going to do that today, but I wanted to read this just for clarity. So we're not going to be penalizing emergency calls. We want to limit the burden placed on MPD and fire for public and chronic nuisance incidents by providing a means for cost recovery for police services.
Additionally, this amendment will hold short-term rental property owners accountable for their guests and the use of their home as a short-term rental by having on record a number for each owner that MPD can reach out to when incidents occur, and the ability for DPD, code enforcement, or whatever qualifying office here at City Hall office to report these incidents to environmental court for cost recovery fees, remediation, appeals, etc. So this one in particular is still under a legal review. So are a lot of others. But I just wanted to put that out there for y'all. These are going to change. And of course, we plan to add some of these if y'all have any over the next 3 readings. So just wanted to read that for the record so everybody's aware. Any comments or questions on that? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to item number 3. ZTA 2026-002, Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. We do need to vote on this.
Yes, Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD.
All right, so real quick, Director Ragsdale, is there a motion?
Move it.
All right, we've got a motion made by Councilwoman Swearinger Washington, the Madam Chair, and seconded by Councilman Warren. All right, go ahead, Brett.
All right, thank you. We do have a short presentation. We'll try to be brief, but this is a ZTA that amends the current UDC and essentially sets the process for our updates for the zoning code, the zoning map. And what that update is sets the process that we will send public notice to every property owner in Memphis and the unincorporated Shelby County, letting them know that the map is being updated and where they can go find that and where the public hearing would be at the Land Use Control Board. So we expect that to be potentially September, but probably October. So this ZTA is just saying that we will send public notice to all of the property owners.
Thank you. Thank you. So does everybody's got that? I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, right? So this is purely what we're voting on today is to send out the letter so that everyone's aware. We think that meeting is going to be
potentially September, probably October.
Okay, September, probably October. Okay, so we're not voting on any changes today. We're not doing anything. You know, we've slowed this down, I think, for all the right reasons.
Correct.
So yeah, I support this. Just want to make sure nobody was confused.
You're just posting the existing map.
Go ahead. Okay, wait, real quick. The chairwoman just asked, she said, so we're just posting the existing map. So will you clarify that?
We have a proposed map that is posted, and we're continuing to work on that. What this is setting the process for letting people know about the proposed map.
So this is purely sending out a mail. A lot of mail is going to go out.
Yes. We're sending out over 200,000 public notices and to every property owner in Memphis and Shelby County.
That's going to flag everyone and say, hey, there's this meeting happening in September/October, probably October.
Correct.
Where we're going to look at the new map and possibly change all the things that we've been talking about. So this is pure, all we're voting on today is just sending out the mail.
Mr. Chair.
All right, now, is that cool?
Yes.
Chairwoman? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, it's a lot. All right, Councilman Warren.
You know, there's been a lot of sort of confusion about this. Is there a reason we have to say maybe September and maybe October? Can't we have a date? Because it sounds sort of nebulous, and we've got people out there that are nervous about this. Well, maybe we'll have a meeting in September or October. So why not a date?
So let me offer you this. You know, there were dates earlier, and we've continued to push it out. So I love saying October because it's a big change, but at the same time, we can throw out a date.
Well, just to clarify as well, it goes to the Land Use Control Board meeting. And so the dates are already established for every month. So there's a meeting every month, and that's why we say a month. So it's a date certain. It just depends on which Land Use Control Board meeting that we're going to go to.
So you want us to pick a day today?
Pick the one that you want. Don't say maybe.
What's the October date?
Well, I mean, it's a work in progress, and we're working with people. So,
what's the date in October?
It's the second Thursday of every month.
The second Thursday in October
at 9 o'clock in council chambers.
We just did it. Look at that. We got a date. Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Yeah. And then, what if the Land Use Control Board approves it? Then we would forward it to council and commission. It takes a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
And when
November, late October, November before it would be here.
And that's the map. will be discussed in October and the verbiage?
And the text.
Okay, so hypothetically, it's passed in October at LUCB, and then it comes to us, and I'm not saying we're going to do this, but we could change whatever we feel like we need to change.
Correct.
Right, okay.
That's right.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. I just had a quick question because I was just curious. So how much is the mail out going to cost? If you don't have it today, I can get it later.
We're working on numbers and trying to get it as efficient as possible. We're looking at 100 to 120,000, depending on how the process works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got Councilwoman White. Did you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman White is present. My bad. Looked at me like that. Whoa. All right, so I think we're good. I do want to recognize. Oh, sorry. Look at that. Question, Councilwoman White.
Well, no, I'm just trying to get clarity because what was attached to the documents was the ordinance. So we're not taking any action on the ordinance today. That's accurate.
What? I'm sorry, Councilwoman White. What the ordinance?
So that was what was attached in terms of documents. Maybe I don't have the document that you all are referring that we're voting on. Is there like a resolution?
It is an ordinance. So this is first reading.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it was actually.
So I understood there was first reading, but then you all were saying something about we were approving the mailing of something, and I hadn't seen any resolution, so I got confused.
Yeah.
Because all I have is the ordinance.
Correct. In the ordinance, what the ordinance is approving us to actually do the mail out for the public notice.
So we'll check it, Councilwoman, for sure, and make sure you have what you need before we let it fly downstairs.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I agree. If you can't, if you haven't been able to see it, then we need to make sure you can read that. I don't feel comfortable if Councilwoman White hasn't reviewed.
Sure, and we can definitely discuss that.
So we'll get that taken care of before we head downstairs. Get it.
All right.
All right. Anybody else on this item? Okay. Was the motion made? Did we make a motion on this?
Yes.
Okay. Motion was made and properly seconded. Thank you, council members. Trying to go fast. All right. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Anyone against? All right. So this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. That's it for item number 3. Quickly, before we go to 4, Miss Emily Bishop is in the audience. We also got emails from Josh Whitehead. I think some of us worked with him when he was at City Hall. Thinking ahead to that October meeting, we've heard from all of our constituents and neighbors. Emily put together a very nice one-pager bringing up things that we need to consider. Josh sent a document to us last Friday, right? We got that, I believe. So I just wanted everybody to be aware, take a look at that, things that we need to be reviewing as council members as we approach all this. Josh Whitehead, the floor is yours.
Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. The memo that Mr. Spence, and I'm joined here by Mr. Brittenham, that Mr. Spence delivered in hard copy and I delivered to you in digital copy yesterday, deals with this ordinance. We are in simpatico with DPD on the need for this public hearing. We do have a suggestion, though, that instead of having 200,000 people invited to a hearing, that there be an opportunity for each of those people who have a real issue with the map amendment to have a separate hearing on their property so they have due process specific to their property. If you have 1% of those 200,000 people, that's 2,000 people. I don't think if they express problems with the way the map affects their property, I don't know how that public hearing can possibly be conducted in fairness to that person. So that was the contents of my memo.
Appreciate that. Director Ragsdale.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale, DPD. We have been talking with Mr. Whitehead, Mr. Brittenham, and Mr. Spence, and we do want to work with them. We're continuing to work with various stakeholders. We have been for almost 3 years. So we're going to work on that process. We are publishing an updated map and zoning text. So we think a lot of the concerns are going to be resolved. So, but yeah, we have talked, the past few weeks actually about this. And so we look forward to continuing that conversation. And we think we can get it to where, because there are unintended consequences potentially for, with this proposal. So we want to make sure that we're looking at providing adequate time for everyone and also making something that's manageable. So,
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you both for being here today. Thanks. All right. So that's it for item number 3. And then item number 4, Z 2026-005 2021 Berry Hill Road. This is in Councilwoman Logan's district, District 1, Super District 9. Is there a motion and a second, please?
Move it.
All right. Moved by Madam Chair and seconded by Councilwoman Logan, if my right ear serves me well today. DP, they're here to give us a presentation. I've read it. Councilwoman Logan, any comments on this? I know you all have talked, so I think everything's good here. If anybody wants to see a presentation, we'll do it downstairs, but I think we're good. So with that, motion's been made and properly seconded. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, anyone against? All right, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So item 4 will go downstairs with the positive recommendation. Any other items to discuss? All right, we are done.
Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Canale, and Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Keaton. We have 2 items on our agenda today. The first item is our discussion of our fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by Swearingen-Washington. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? Okay. Our second item is a resolution supporting the installation of public art as a mural at the Alliance Healthcare Services Children and Youth Crisis Wellness Center. This is District 5, Super District 9. It is sponsored by Canale, and there is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second. All right, it's been moved by Councilman Spinoza and second by Councilman Warren. Do any members have any questions regarding this item?
I'll speak on it, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Colleagues, I would certainly appreciate your support on this. So this is going to go on a retaining wall outside of Alliance. It's currently covered in graffiti. This project is being paid for by the Assisi Foundation. Our approval is kind of a formality, but it is an important formality that we approve this. It will enhance the look of the neighborhood. The artist's name, and Summers got it, and we can show it downstairs if anybody wants to see it. The bio of Jamon Bullock will be the artist. It still has to go through TDOT's approval because this is, of course, a state route. But I think it will greatly enhance the area outside of Alliance, and it will eradicate some blighted graffiti that was been painted on that retaining wall. So if you have any other questions, I'll try to answer them the best I can, but I would certainly appreciate everybody's support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sounds good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item will go down with same night minutes with a favorable recommendation. I want to take this opportunity to introduce 2 new members of the Memphis City Council staff. We have Rashawn Jenkins. He is our newest legislative analyst.
Welcome.
Rashawn is a lifelong Memphian and a policy and governance professional with a strong background in legislative research, government relations, and community engagement. He is a 2-time University of Memphis graduate and is currently a PhD student in history. We are excited to welcome his research expertise and deep commitment to service to our team. Welcome aboard. We also have Carlissa A. Shaw, Esquire, is our new Assistant Council Attorney. Carlissa brings deep legal expertise and a strong record of public service to the council office. She is a graduate of the University of Memphis Cecil C. Humphreys School of Law, who previously served as a Shelby County government as Chief Policy Advisor to the Environmental Court and also has a private law practice. We are thrilled to have her legal skill and community commitment to our team. Please join me in welcoming Rashawn and Carlissa to our team. I would also like to take the opportunity to celebrate our 2 urban fellows who have worked with us in the council office this summer. We have Dekra Al Audi and Boston Curry. As their time with us this summer comes to a close, we want to recognize them and thank them for their contributions to our office. We're excited to have our young people who are interested in city government, and we wish them the very best with our urban fellows this summer. We have prepared resolutions for each of them as a token to our appreciation. We want to thank you much, and we're looking forward to your presentations tomorrow at 11:30. So, council, if you have some time available, please come and hear their outstanding presentations that they have been working on. All right, so we have Boston, come on down. showing that we are valuing and we're just enjoying cultivating you as an emerging leader. And we're excited about your development and all that you have to become. And this is the resolution for you on behalf of myself as chair and the entire city council. Oh, well, yeah, come, wait. You got to get a picture. You know what? When we finish, we'll get a picture with all the council standing behind us. Just give us 1 second. All right, and then we have Decra Al-Audi, who will also receive a resolution from myself and the entire city council. We're so excited to have you, and we wish you well on your endeavors. If we can get you all both to stand right here, and we'll take a picture with all the council right quick. All right, that brings us to our add-on items, council members. Items number 17, 18, and 19. Item number 17 is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $13,672,960 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2027 Capital Improvement Program, CIP, budget for the Southwest Twin Redevelopment Project, CD 01104, District 6, Super District 8. It is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 18 is a resolution approving proposed consolidated plan PY26 FY27 annual action plan and appropriating federal entitlement funds to the PY26 FY27 Housing and Community Development Budget, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution supporting the installation of a public art mural at the Alliance Healthcare Services Children and Youth Crisis Wellness Center, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by Canale. There is a request for same-night minutes. The same-night minute items are items 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, and 19. Okay, there will not be any holds. Do any members have anything else that needs to be addressed? All right, our meeting is adjourned. It gives us 21 minutes to get downstairs and to please start at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, is it